Good evening, everyone. My name is Officer Barraza from the Socorro Police Department. This meeting of the City of Socorro City Council is set to begin. Gentlemen, please remove your hats, and everyone, please silence all electronic equipment. No disruptive behavior or outbursts will be tolerated, and violators are subject to ejection and possible prosecution. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es el oficial Barraza del Departamento de la Policía de Socorro. La Junta del Concilio de la Ciudad de Socorro está por empezar. Caballeros, favor de quitarse las cachuchas, sombreros y todos favor de poner en silencio todo equipo electrónico. No se va a tolerar ningún tipo de comportamiento perjudicial o revoltoso. A quien no siga estas reglas se le sacará y puede ser infraccionado. Gracias.
Good evening. It is now 6:01 p.m. This meeting is called to order. Item number 2, Pledge of Allegiance. We have the Student Council from Robert R. Rojas Elementary School, Ms. Delilah Villanueva, 5th grade, Ms. Eileen Dominguez, 5th grade, and Mr. David Olvera, 5th grade.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Item number 3, Establishment of Quorum.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Here.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Mayor Ivy Avalos,
Present.
Rudy Cruz Jr.,
Here.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Item number 4, Public Comments.
Mayor, we have several speakers for public comment. Our first speaker is Miriam Cruz.
So Ms. Cruz is saying she can't hear anything on the call. Ms. Cruz, can you hear us?
Okay, hello?
Ms.
We
Cruz,
apologize, Ms.
Hello,
Cruz.
can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Cruz, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, hello? Maybe I apologize, Miss. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Cruz, you have 3 minutes.
So I'm watching it on YouTube, and I think I've told you all before.
Unmuted.
A lag, so maybe there's about 10 seconds. So I'm watching it on YouTube, and I think I've told you all before.
Unmuted.
And so well, it's kind of hard to know if you guys are hearing me or not. I can't hear you all on my end. I think you guys muted yourselves. Now I can hear some movement. Hello?
Yes, ma'am?
Okay, there you guys
Can
are.
you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, I just wanted to wish everyone a happy new year. And I guess remind council, as I have before, that there is a lag on YouTube, and so obviously this was very, technical difficulties, and hopefully we can work out the kinks on that, but there is a lag on YouTube, and so sometimes, obviously it's important for me to be able to hear when I'm being called on the phone, not on YouTube, so that I can respond when needed to. The only other thing I wanted to mention today, well, actually there's 2 things. One, I wanted to commend Mr. Rudy Cruz for his social media platform that he seems to be really promoting the city of Socorro and businesses and different activities that are going on. And I just want to say that it hasn't gone without notice. It's very visible, it's very noticeable, and so, thank you for putting the city, out there for many to see. The second thing I wanted to mention was that I did sign up to speak on one of the items last week, and it was postponed by Mr. Reyes. No, yes, Mr. Reyes. And it wasn't made clear why it was postponed. There was no commentary, there was no reason, and it was a little frustrating because actually I was on the call for, I think, over half an hour, since y'all suspended the rules for Mr., for the old at-large representative to be able to speak, I guess without a time limit. And so it was a little frustrating to get to the item that I was planning on speaking on and then to find out that it was postponed. So I wish I would have had a heads up on that, and then also just had a reason, because in case y'all didn't know, there were actually people who signed up at Planning and Zoning to speak on that item as well. And I don't know if they had noticed that it was going to be, not heard that day. And so it is frustrating when things like that happen, and especially when there's no explanation given as to why, because it creates, frustration on the part, especially from the public, when they're wanting to speak on an item and then they don't have the opportunity because it gets postponed, and then again, there's no reason given. That's all I had for today. Thank you so much.
Oscar Gaitan. Mr. Gaitan, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm the owner of apartments on Star Shot. I was listening here and I got approval. And I just came to speak because Mr. Victor.
Sir, can you speak into the mic, please?
I just came to speak here because Mr. Victor, we had some issues. There's somebody going around the several businesses, taking pictures from the outside, and I'm sending text message to the city council members about about business here in Socorro. I was one of the affected ones, and Mr. Victor told me to come here and just speak to you all so we can have it on record. And it's in case somebody crosses the lines and try to vandalize or graffiti our businesses. That way, like, you all are aware that this is happening and there's somebody out there doing that. And well, I was really concerned because this is public businesses, and somebody to take it about their time to be taking out pictures from afar and sending text messages to city council members. I mean, this guy can easily cross that line to start vandalizing our businesses. So I just, Mr. Victor told me to come and leave it on record here. So that's what I did. That's all my comment I have to say about that. Thank you.
Lieutenant Christopher Ray. Lieutenant Ray, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I want to just say thank you guys for what you've done for the city. I know that a lot of you have been working in public sector for a while now, and it doesn't go unnoticed, so thank you. I just want to speak briefly on a couple of things that concerns me. I don't speak for the city of Socorro or for the Socorro Police Department officially, but I am here as an employee that's been here several years, and so what I want to speak about was the concern that I have with regards to officer retention. We have major issues there where we need to focus on, and unfortunately, this is an inherited problem. City manager didn't create this issue, neither did the chief of police. This has been a problem since the inception of the police department, and we've been neglected in that area since its inception. And so what we have is a high level of a loss to other agencies. We have officers who get recruited purposely for this agency to go to their agencies.
Welcome and thank. If you are the host, please enter your PIN followed. Thank you. There are 4 participants in the conference. Please announce yourself.
And so what I wanted to speak was regards to that issue, is regarding our retention. A lot of our officers leave, they're recruited by other agencies. We can't keep them. And when you have that type of issues, you have problems with officers that are not as knowledgeable as the senior officer is. You go to El Paso, you go to the sheriff's office, any of these surrounding agencies, they have a police force where they have 20-year veterans, 25-year veterans. Unfortunately, our current average right now, you have veterans out there who are 2 years. We have 2.6 years out there, and that creates an issue with not being able to solve crimes fast enough because they don't know the offenders out there. You don't have officers who know the area as good as a senior officer would. And so these are the things that we're having. It's frustrating for an administrator as myself having to continue to motivate them. And the problem is we don't have a pension. You have all these other agencies that have pensions. I asked you guys, if you have law enforcement friends or family, ask them that are not from Socorro and ask them, would they work at a police department that doesn't have a pension? I guarantee you overwhelmingly they're going to say no. This is why we come to the public sector. And so this is why we're losing officers. Not only that, we're dealing with a city who's specifically trying to recruit our police chief. Our police chief came in, he's doing things that no other chief has done because, again, a lot of these chiefs that come in are just here for a retirement job. We were fortunate enough to get a chief that's here to work. And so, again, I would take that into consideration because if we have another chief that comes in, we're not going to get the job done that we're looking for as police officers and employees. We have families as well. We understand that it's got to be a give or take, but we ask you to look into it. And do what you guys can to help us out in that area because it is frustrating when we're out there and we're having to keep track of all these officers that are leaving. We're paying them to train them, and then they're leaving somewhere else with that knowledge that we could have kept here in Socorro. So I ask that you guys help us in trying to take that. I know you guys are inheriting this as well as the city manager did, and we are making strides. I know the city manager and the chief are doing things to try to keep us here, but unfortunately, it's not working. It's not being something. We could always get something better. So I ask you that you taking that into consideration. And
Lieutenant
thank
Ray,
you
your time is up. Sergeant Jaciel Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, everybody. I want to start off also by saying that I've also been here going on 12 years, and currently as a current training sergeant. I also want to point out the money part of it. As a training sergeant, it's really frustrating for me to put my time, effort, experience that I have gained here in the police department to train all these officers and see them go a year later because they find another opportunity. If you all look at the numbers, and if you really want to punch the numbers, we are investing and we are training officers. We're paying tax city dollars to train them and go somewhere else. So I want to go ahead and convey that to you, that also that's what we're losing here. We're losing the experience. Like Lieutenant Ray said, our average retention rate is about 2.5 per year. They don't stay longer than that. And I wouldn't blame them either if they're going to get a pension, a better life somewhere else. At the end of the day, we are risking our lives, and you know, there's always that possibility we might not come home. But as a current training sergeant, I also want to express my frustration when it comes to me training officers and investing approximately $2,500 to $3,000 in training and equipment, hiring, training hours. We're talking about background investigators doing overtime to you know, look into all these people, and a year and a half later, 2 years later down the line, these officers get the experience, they train here, and they leave somewhere else for a better opportunity. Texas DPS recruits from us. The El Paso Police Department recruits from us. And I want to convey that we are training professional officers that other people are looking at. So take into consideration the pension. Keep us here. Half of my career, my police career has been here, and I want to finish it here. So please help us. Thank you.
Mayor, those are all our speakers.
Thank you. Moving on to presentation.
Mayor, may I speak?
Is that
Mayor?
Mr. Lobos?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Can I ask the officers 2 questions?
Can we have a statement? No?
Nothing is.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry, I can't hear, so you guys are gonna have to fill me in.
No, it would have to be posted.
If there's an agenda item on the topic, then there can be a discussion when we get to that agenda item. So we can't have comment based upon the public comment. It's only for the
It's,
public to voice.
it's not a comment, it's 2 questions.
It's discussion, we can't have that.
Okay, alrighty, I will get with Chief. Thank you.
Moving on to presentations, item number 5, memorial for the passing of City Commissioner George G. Dominguez.
It is with- It is with great sadness that I share the passing of our beloved Commissioner, Mr. Jorge G. Dominguez. Mr. Dominguez served proudly as a commissioner on the Board of Adjustments since May of 2020. Mr. Dominguez was also a volunteer with SISD at Escontrias. He strived to make this community a better place. As a memorial and tradition, City of Socorro would like to extend our condolences, thoughts, and affirmations with all of the Dominguez family in this difficult time. Thank you.
Moving on to consent agenda.
Motion to consent agenda?
Second.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz Jr.,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Moving on to our regular agenda, public hearing and ordinances. Item number 9, public hearing of an ordinance for the proposed rezoning of tracks 4C1 and 4C1L, Block 3, Socorro Grant, Socorro, Texas. R1, Single Family Residential to C2, General Commercial, and tracks 2A and 3B1, so Block 3, Socorro Grant, Socorro, Texas, from C2, General Commercial to R2, Medium Density Residential, and track 9A2, Block 3, Socorro Grant, Socorro, Texas, from A1 Agricultural to R2 Medium Density Residential. It is now 6:20 p.m. Public hearing is open.
Mayor, we do have a speaker, Miriam Cruz.
Hello?
Go ahead, Ms. Cruz.
Thank you. So just so you all know, as you all know, I'm on the, maybe you know, I'm on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and so I'm not here representing the commission, but I will say that, we just went over our bylaws, and in our bylaws, we actually have a section where it discusses that during public hearing, we actually hear a presentation first before, people from the public are asked to, comment, especially because usually there are many individuals who want to hear first a presentation before they share their comments. Many community members just in planning and zoning meetings, as well as in city council meetings, usually state that when they ask to speak, they say, you know, well, I just want to know what's going on. I want to know what they're going to do. We just got a letter and so we came or we called. And so that's my first comment during this public comment. I think I've said that for many, many years. I've been saying that that's the way to go, that the presentation should be given before public comment is open. And I'm going to keep saying that because I think it makes sense. And I think it makes things more efficient. The second comment is that I didn't see in the backup the comments that were given by the public. I was reviewing the public, the backup for these two items, and there is no details about the public or community members that did show up to our meeting to show concern in regards to in regards to these this plat or these plants. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
No other speakers, Mayor.
As there are no other speakers, public hearing is now closed at 6:22 p.m. Item number 10, second reading and adoption of an ordinance for the proposed rezoning of tracts 4C1 and 4C1L, Block 3, Socorro Grant, Socorro, Texas, R1 Single Family Residential to C2 General Commercial, and tracts 2A and 3B1, Block 3, Socorro Grant, Socorro, Texas, from C2 General Commercial to R2 Medium Density Residential, and tract 9A2, Block 3, Socorro Grant, Socorro, Texas, from A1 Agricultural to R2 Medium Density Residential.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Carlos Gallinado with Planning and Zoning. Wanted to present to you this item that was postponed a couple of weeks ago. So this is a rezoning. There are a few different moving pieces, right? There's 4 different parcels of land with different zoning districts. So I'm gonna walk you through the different aspects of each property. But essentially, as part of background, can I get the presentation up, please? Next slide, please. There we go. So as part of background, as the mayor mentioned in her introduction of the item, there are different zoning classifications. Most of these are, a large parcel is already zoned C2, it's already zoned R1. And so currently, if the developer wanted to, he or she could develop the land based on the entitlements that are given to the land based on the zoning district. So wanted to make sure that that was part of the conversation. So again, properties are currently vacant, located around Horizon Boulevard or on Horizon Boulevard. Parcels are approximately 30 acres in size. And then when you look at the Socorro future land use map, it has different designations, some agricultural, some commercial, and some rural residential. And then I'll walk you through the last point in just a second, but the way that the developer has laid out the development, it creates a really great mixed-use development where you're combining different uses within the same neighborhood. And again, I'll walk you through that item of it. The Planning and Zoning staff is recommending approval, and the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval. It's up there on a 3-2. There were 2 absent members on October 5th, 2021. Next slide, please. So again, just as the location of the parcels are abutting Horizon, there is a street that will be going down the middle of the parcels, but for the most part, it's located on Horizon Boulevard and abutting the Mesa Drain lateral. Next slide. So as I mentioned, here's the current zoning. The red dictates the commercial use, which is currently C2, which is the largest commercial district that the city of Socorro has. I want to point out that when the case went to the P&Z, at the time the applicant had requested that both sides of the Mesa lateral be considered. Both sites were considered. Subsequent to October 5th, in having conversations with the developer, they have withdrawn. The right side of the lateral, they want to wait for phase 2 until it's platted. So for tonight, and as part of the description that's in the item, we're not considering that second large part of the development. So it's only next slide. So it's only this site, right? So when you look at the site that you are considering, again, you have a small parcel that is being requested to go from residential 1 to C2, and the larger commercial from C2 to R2, and then the agricultural piece is being requested to go from A1 agricultural 1 to medium residential R2. I'll just make a note on the R1, which is the single family homes, right? When you are looking at land uses and zoning districts, typically you don't want to have single family homes right abutting or fronting a large major thoroughfare like Horizon Boulevard, right? You sort of, major thoroughfares are left for apartments, commercial, manufacturing, many of the uses that you see along Horizon Boulevard. So when you look at the transition from R1 to C2, again, it makes sense to have a commercial land use as opposed to a single family land use, especially right along Horizon Boulevard. Next slide, please. Here are just some of the images of the property. Here, next slide. So again, here's the aerial. The outline in red looks at the different parcels, and again, I think I've outlined the different parcels with their current zoning districts. Next slide. And then just for you all to look at a larger aerial view, so it's closer to I-10 than it is to North Loop in terms of Horizon Boulevard's location. The next slide. We did send out public notices as required by law within the 200 feet of the subject property, and at the time that it went to the P&Z, we did send out notices, including that second parcel. As was noted by the speaker on the line, there were 3 speakers against this rezoning. The comments were based on, wanting to keep the land vacant, some degrees of concerns with traffic, and then again, just general opposition to the development of land in the future as it's being proposed. And then the next slides. So again, here is and I'm going to walk you through the slide's a little weird, but can I see the next slide? Yeah, so it's skewed a little bit, but essentially what we're seeing is that parcel that I showed you as R1 would be commercial. You do have a site for apartments, which are allowed in the R2 zoning district, and then you do have 107 single-family lots. You have 1 public park. You have 1 apartment site, as I mentioned, again, which would be allowed in the R2. You have the public pond, and then, as I mentioned, the commercial lot. So again, when you look at developments, right, of neighborhoods and subdivisions, you sort of want to have the combined land uses all in one. Best practices sort of says that you want some commercial so that people could walk to the commercial areas. You don't have people driving all the time. You want a mix of incomes, and that is achieved through the mix of apartments and single-family homes. And then you want to make sure that you have some parkland dedication, as is the case here. So again, when you think of the totality of a neighborhood, it encompasses all sort of different things that people need to live in a community, right? Apartments, single-family, parks, ponding, and retail. And so that is sort of why we base the recommendation to the city council. Again, you have development there now that could be that is applicable based on the entitlements. We believe that the switching from the C2s to the R2s and the R1s makes sense, again, for the reasons that I stated. There's one more slide that just shows, again, the different zoning districts. Next slide, please. And with that, Mayor and Council, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I believe that the applicant is here as well.
May we have a motion, please?
I have a question.
Motion to
Mr.
approve for discussion.
Second.
Mr. Cruz?
Mr. Gallinar,
Yes, sir.
we don't have the slides that you just showed us right now on our backup agenda items, correct?
You have most of them.
Most of them, but the ones that you just showed us right now, because I can't see them too well from where I'm sitting, but my question is,
Yes, sir.
when developers come in and they meet with the city, do we look at the master plan before we engage in contractual agreements with the developer? And the reason why I ask is because how many parks are gonna be built like in this area right here?
So the first question, Mr. Cruz, it's not a contractual agreement, right? It's not a contract. What the developer is asking is what you call an entitlement. And so that includes zoning, that includes subdivision plats, right? So it's not necessarily a contract per se, but when the developer comes in, they submit the application. Sometimes we have a preliminary or pre-development meeting, sometimes we don't, just depends on the size and scope of the development. But yes, so there's a couple of things that you look at. You look at surrounding land uses, right? So again, if there's other commercial districts in the surrounding area and they're wanting to switch to commercial, then okay, that's where the transition is going. So we look at surrounding land uses, surrounding zoning districts. We look at, to some degree, what the future land use map says, because that is adopted as part of the comprehensive plan for the city of Socorro. And then we look at what they're proposing. So again, based on the development, the plot plan that they've submitted from a planning perspective, that's why we base our recommendations on.
Thank you. I just
Yes,
want to
sir.
make sure that our development fits the city and the city doesn't fit the plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay,
Mr.
good
Cruz.
deal. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. And just
Mayor?
look, I mean, right, the developer is asking for a privilege, right? The city doesn't have to give them the
No, we
rezoning.
grant it. Right.
But again, you base it on all these other things, and from our perspective, it's already zoned for development, and in this case, it could be zoned for high-density commercial, right? A Walmart per se, a Home Depot, sort of large retail areas, right?
Ms. Mayor? Hello?
Did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Molina. So right now what we're doing is just approving the change of the zoning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then and then later on, they're gonna come in with their plat mats if they decide to develop it. And they'll let us know how many houses, what size they're proposing, and how many parks, and whatever else they want to propose.
Ms. Villalobos, Colombia Villalobos, that's exactly right. So you're approving the rezoning. They would still have the second phase of this would still have to be the subdivision plat.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Mr. Reyes?
I got a comment.
Yes, sir.
And this is for the developers. Mr. Escobar, CA Group. I know that Mr. Gallinar's working on ordinance to better the city as far as parks and landscape. You guys are building left and right in the city. I think we're on the same page. We ask you to look at the plans that you have for the parks and, go at it. Don't give us just the minimum like a lot of other developments, because we're gonna live here, we stay here, people buy their houses and 30, 40 years living here in Socorro. And I think we deserve a little bit more than what we've been seeing as far as landscape and parks. And that's my comment.
May I answer?
Sure.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Can you speak into the mic?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
We'd be more than happy to work with the Director of Parks to establish a standard that the city would be happy with. We're not here for a one-time deal. We plan to develop for many years in Socorro, so we want to be a good partner. So I know you have a parks director, so if you want us to work with him and you want to send your ideas through him to us, we'd be more than happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have a speaker for this item, Miriam Cruz.
Yes, hello?
Go ahead, Ms. Cruz.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick, but I have a lot to say. I want to add to Mr. Gallina's, the people that spoke at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting actually also talked about concerns in regards to their farm life, their farm animals, that abut this plan. They also talked about water concerns in regards to actually access to water that they have access to right now. I would like to bring up the fact that if you think about where this is actually located specifically, I'm imagining another Coca Road issue down the road because the flooding is going to be an issue right along this area where the land dips down drastically. I will also want to mention that traffic is going to be a nightmare. It already is on Horizon. Continued issue that the backup that is presented at the meeting is not in the backup, like Mr. Cruz mentioned. That's very frustrating because we only have a few seconds to see it on screen, and it's usually not very clear. And so I want to request again that if something's going to be presented to the public at the meeting, that it's given in the backup previously was posted online. And then lastly, to Mr. Reyes' comment, I just want to say we can ask and request and beg all we want, but you know, they don't have to do anything just because we ask. They already failed to put a park in the silos along Stockyard. They already failed to put a park that they were going to do out on the east part of Socorro. And I'm talking about Mr. Estrada and that planning specifically. And so, you know,
Cruz,
we
your time
want
is
to change the zoning, even though the zoning is
Cruz?
different on the master plan, and that's, I think, something that
Ms.
y'all
Cruz,
should
your time
consider.
is up.
I'm sorry, my time is up?
Your time is up.
Well, I think you guys should be asking a lot more questions, that's all. Thank you.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos.
And I just want to add real quick, yes, we should be asking more questions, but right now, I think we got out of the topic. Right now, it's just a rezoning. That's all it is. We can talk about these things when it's time to talk about them and they're on the agenda. And yes,
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, public hearing of an ordinance for the proposed rezoning of Lot 2, Block 1, Valle Sereno, Tract 25A, Block 15, Socorro Grant, Tracts 24B1, 25B3, Block 15, Socorro Grant, Tract 25A1, Block 15, Socorro Grant, Socorro, Texas, from R1, single-family residential to R2, medium-density residential. It is now 6:39 p.m.
Mayor and Council, if I may, we respectfully request that you delete both items 11 and 12 so the request from the applicant also requires, or they had asked for a variance in the setbacks, and I unfortunately neglected to put that as part of the description in the ordinance, and so when the item was posted, it does not include the variance which needs to be included. So we're asking that we delete items 11 and 12, and then if you notice, item 8 is the introduction of this item with the correct language that will be heard 2 weeks from today.
Motion to delete items
Second.
8, 11, and 12.
Second.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos.
yes.
Item number 13, public hearing of an ordinance repealing ordinance number 310, designating transportation reinvestment zone number 1 for the city of Socorro, Texas, declaring ordinance number 310 void and confirming the validity of ordinance number 324, designating transportation reinvestment zone number 2 for the city of Socorro, Texas.
Public hearing.
It is now 6:40 PM. Public hearing is open.
Mayor, we do have a speaker. Miriam Cruz.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro, and I just want to point out that I also signed up to speak on the 2 items that were deleted, and I wish I would have been allowed to speak on those, but I'll move on, even though they were deleted. On item number, what are we on now? 13, 14. So it definitely was made very much more clear, and I see Ms. Alejandra Valadez, and I'm probably going to commend her for this, because it's very clear in the backup what's being asked, why it's being done. But the only thing I think that wasn't clear from this is the tiers, the transportation reinvestment zone. So I know that's been discussed before previously, but I guess I just wish that maybe a little bit of maybe a summary blurb that she's probably just about to give right now would have also just been included. So I mean, it's very clear what is trying to be asked of the city council tonight to do. And so I do appreciate that the backup is very clear. And as always, I commend Ms. Valadez for her hard work and efficient work. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
No, Mayor, just Ms. Cruz. Mayor, and my apologies, Commissioner Ileana Olguin is present at our meeting.
Good evening,
Good
Ms.
evening, Commissioner.
Commissioner. As there are no speakers, no other speakers, public hearing is now closed at 6:42 PM. Item number 14, second reading and adoption of an ordinance repealing ordinance number 310, designating transportation reinvestment zone number 1 for the city of Socorro, Texas, declaring ordinance number 310 void, and confirming the validity of ordinance number 324, designating transportation reinvestment zone number 2 for the city of Socorro, Texas.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Alejandra Valadez, City Development Director. We're here requesting your approval of this ordinance, repealing the previous ordinance 310 and affirming the validity of TRC number 2. And I'll briefly explain what this ordinance is about. Ordinance 310 was adopted by City Council action on December 6, 2012. This ordinance established Transportation Reinvestment Zone number 1 within the city of Socorro. This is the existing TRZ that runs along Nuevo Hueco Tanks Road currently. It was subsequently determined that there were concerns with the validity of that TRZ, number 1. As a response to such questions of validity, City Council then approved Ordinance 324 on December 12, 2013, establishing Transportation Reinvestment Zone number 2 to serve as a replacement to TRZ number 1, also along Nuevo Hueco Tanks Road. Now we are requesting your approval of this ordinance to affirm the validity of Ordinance 324, to void Ordinance 310, which relates to TRZ number 1, and to affirm that TRZ number 2 is valid and current, and it has been adopted according to state regulations for the adoption of these TRZs. The reason why we're coming to you with this ordinance is because, as you recall during our last council meeting, we entered into an agreement with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority for the development of new transportation projects in TRZ number 2. Their legal team has asked us to come to you before council and assure that TRZ number 2 is valid, and this ordinance will do just that.
Mayor, we have a speaker for this item, Miriam Cruz.
Hello?
Ms. Cruz, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So as always, Ms. Valadez, perfectly description, perfectly explained, and so I don't really have any comments. Thank you.
No more questions?
Ruben Reyes?
Yes.
Cesar Nevares?
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia is absent. Rudy Cruz?
Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Moving on to Police Department, item number 15, discussion and action regarding updated quotes for the previously approved body-worn cameras and in-car video cameras with wireless transfer capability added.
Do we have a motion?
Motion?
Motion to approve.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dave Burton, Chief of Police. So 2 meetings ago, I brought the subject of body cameras up for council review. We are in the process of upgrading that capability. We still intend to go with our original vendor, which was custom, but as we tried to finalize our purchase order, the price went up $5,300. And that was because there was a wireless feature that was added that wasn't included in the original quote. So we had to go around and then ask the other vendors that we'd originally contacted, which was Wolfcom included in that, and well, the other 4 that you have, the other 3 that you have, to find out if that was an additional cost for them. In one case it was not, in the other 2 it was, so custom still remains our best option. But to be transparent, I just wanted to bring it forward to council and let you know there was a $5,300 increase.
Ruben Reyes?
Yes.
Cesar Nevares?
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia?
Aye.
Rudy Cruz?
Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Moving on to Planning and Zoning Department, item number 16, discussion and action to approve Resolution 664 for final plat for Socorro Logistics Center Unit 1, being all of tracks 7 and 13, and a portion of tracks 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12A, Block 5, Socorro Grant, Socorro, Texas.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Mayor and Council, good evening. Once again, Carlos Gaynor with Planning and Zoning. So this is this is final plat for Socorro Logistics Center Unit 1. For many on council, this is going to look familiar, as you have seen this item many times over the past several months. So the last time that you saw this, you all approved the master plan and you approved the preliminary plat. And so this is the final plat, which is sort of the final process in the development phase that the developer can then begin the construction of the lot. So I'll walk you through the case again. Background information, it is, the zoning is industrial commercial mixed-use development. It is part of the Socorro Logistics Master Plan. Again, as I mentioned, it is phase 1 of 3, and I will walk you through those different phases in just a second. This phase of the development is 101.2 acres. Parcel is vacant, and the future land use map calls for commercial along this part of Socorro. The applicant is subdividing 3 parcels and includes 2 private ponds and several streets. Master plan again was approved by the P&Z and City Council. Preliminary plat was approved by P&Z and City Council as well. Planning and zoning staff is recommending approval with some conditions, and I'll walk you through those in just a second. And the P&Z commission voted to approve 5-0 first meeting of the year in 2022. Here's the location map. I think you all are familiar with the location. Again, North Loop and Nuevo Waco tanks. Here's the zoning map. So the area in yellow outlines the entirety of the Socorro Logistics Center. And then here's some property images. Next slide, please. Aerial is the next slide. Next slide, just a different view of the aerial. And then, as you all know, the last time that we brought this to you, the development is a large development. It includes 3 different phases. So this is phase 1, which is that area outlined in gray. And so the plat that you'll see will mirror the outline of the streets and the different parcels. Phase 2 will come in later, and then the final phase is phase 3. In totality, there's about 300 acres in the whole development. And then here is the next slide, just a copy of the, just a view of the plat. This one shows one large parcel and a street. The next slide shows the different parcel with the street as well, running east to west. And then on the recommendations, and this is, we have discussed this with the developer, and our legal team is reviewing these. But the recommendation is that when you vote, please add the following 2 conditions. And one, that an easement agreement is executed prior to recording of the plat. The easement agreement has been agreed upon by our attorneys and their attorneys. It just needs to be recorded. Recommendation number 2 is that a performance bond is executed prior to recording of the plat. That documentation is currently being reviewed by our attorneys, and essentially what that does is that it guarantees the developer will put upfront money for the cost of the streets, the public infrastructure, so that they're able to develop. If anything goes wrong in the development, there's money guaranteed as a performance bond for the city of Socorro to come in and finish the project. Customary, nothing out of the ordinary when it comes to development, but want to make sure that we have those 2 agreements in place before the plat is finalized. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a question, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Reyna. On your summary of requests, not necessarily yours, but it calls for 1 lift station. Can you give me some background on that?
Lift station on this
Am I
one?
looking at the correct one?
I think it's a different one, Mr. Cruz.
Am I? Okay.
Yes, sir, it's a different one.
Okay.
It's the next one.
Okay, we'll get to that one right
Yes,
now.
sir.
Mr. Reyes, would you like to amend your motion to include the recommendations?
My motion.
It was Mr. Garcia's motion.
Mr. Garcia? would
Motion to approve with recommendations?
Second.
Ruben Reyes? I'm
Yes.
sorry, we have a speaker for this item. Miriam Cruz.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. I was waving my hands, but I'm sure you can't see me. I just wanted to say on this one that I know that this is something that obviously is moving forward, it seems like. I am going to miss the days where Mr. Perez always, brought a motion to open for discussion instead of just approving. I'm glad that Mr. Aynar pointed out to me specifically that you guys include the conditions that they're requesting, and that Ms. Navarro asked for the amendment. Sometimes y'all should be aware that I have seen where those are sometimes maybe skipped over and not necessarily spoken on at the moment of voting or prior to voting and part of the motion. And so I think we should keep, close attention to that. In regards to the final plat, I'm just gonna, as a constituent, red alarms that are going in my way where, there's growth along Horizon, there's growth along North Loop. Now there's gonna be growth on Nuevo Hueco Tanks where, it's gonna be, there's already congestion. It's just gonna be creating a lot more when construction starts happening. And, there's already construction along that road, obviously, and so it's just something that I wish council would keep in mind and would come up with a thoughtful and out-of-the-box solution to
Ms.
some
Cruz,
of
your
the
time is up.
pains that we have to go through. Thank you.
Adam Durr? Mr. Durr?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
No comments, unless the council would like to ask the applicant and the developer anything.
I'm sorry, Olivia, I can't understand the question.
So he's a developer, he's from Socorro Logistics, right? So he's here, in case you all have any questions, he's here to answer any questions.
And I think Mr. Escobar would like to also speak on this item.
Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening again. I know everybody's focusing on development, but I want to remind you that this is the start of several thousand new jobs coming to Socorro. High-paying jobs, better quality jobs, and this is a catalyzer for new businesses coming into Socorro. So you'll have thousands of collateral jobs coming because that you have an open mind and you're inviting business into the town. So you have to understand that I think this is probably going to be the biggest employers to come to Socorro in a long time. So there's going to be tax money, incentive money, jobs, restaurants, businesses. I mean, all kinds of things are coming because you had the vision to approve something like this. And this comes because of engineers, architects, developers, business people that are looking to Socorro. So you should be proud of yourself that you're bringing jobs to the people that live in Socorro. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Ruben Reyes is absent. Cesar Nevares.
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia.
Aye.
Rudy Cruz.
Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Item number 17, discussion and action to approve Resolution 665, approving a preliminary plat and variance request being a portion of tracks 1B, 1B1, 1C, 1C1, 1D, 1D3, 1H, 2A, 2C1, 4A, 2B, 4B1, 4B2, 4C, 6A, 6B, and 6C, Block 5, Socorro Grande, Socorro, Texas.
Mayor and Council, once again, Carlos Gainat, last item, at least for planning and zoning for the evening, but this is an important one. It's a preliminary plat for Valle Nuevo Unit 1. Also a lot of different moving pieces, so I'm gonna walk you through each of them. But again, as way of background, so the property is currently vacant. Land is currently 56 acres or so. A zoning district is R2, so very important to delineate that they're not asking for a rezoning. They are asking for a variance, and I'll walk you through that in just a second. But the plat, as laid out, includes 4 commercial lots, 1 lift station, to Mr. Cruz's point, 2 parks, 3 ponds, and 219, it says 230, I apologize, but it should be 200, it's 219 residential lots. And then the plat also includes some portion of the dedication for the future extension of Nuevo Hueco Tanks Road, which is approximately 5 acres or so. Next slide. The variance request from the applicant is that the applicant is requesting that lots be allowed to be smaller than 6,000 square feet. So currently, as you all know, every zoning district has different dimensional standards. The R2, the minimum size for the R2 is 6,000 square feet. And so the applicant, as it's laid out in the plat, has several lots that are between 5,500 and 6,000. And so the variance would allow the applicant to modify the lot dimensions to lots that are smaller than 6,000 square feet. And again, the R2 district, the minimum is 6,000 square feet. Staff is recommending approval. The preliminary plat complies with all the code provisions of the municipal code. And then the P&Z voted to approve by 3-2 on October 5th, 2021. Next slide, here's the location. So just to give you an idea, the sort of the part that's to the right abuts North Loop. The closest intersection is Inglewood and North Loop, and not far from the case that you just heard previously on North Loop and Nuevo Hueco Tanks. And the extension of Nuevo Hueco Tanks, the future extension of Nuevo Hueco Tanks extends through part of this property. The zoning map, next slide please, again shows it as R2, which allows single-family homes, and again, the different dimensional standards at 6,000 square feet. Next slide shows the aerial. And so you see North Loop running north to south towards the top of the screen. And you see is that a lateral? Yes, that's next slide. That's great. And then I'll walk you through the preliminary plat. So here's next slide. That's what the plat looks like. Next slide shows, next slide. So here's the plat. I know that you can't see it based on the slide, but again, it lays out the 2 different parks, the ponds, the 219 homes. You see the extension of Nuevo Hueco tanks, and I'll walk you through that in greater detail. Next slide. So the bigger rectangle in blue shows Nuevo Hueco tanks, a portion of which the developer will have to develop as part of their proportionate share, right? It's part of their development, so they're gonna have to build about half of it. When the city comes in with the extension, they'll build the other half. And then the smaller the smaller square to the bottom right shows what the developer is dedicating to the city. It would be unimproved land. It would be just the raw land that would be dedicated to the city as part of the plat. But again, it would align with the alignment that the city is currently looking at for Nuevo Hueco tanks. Next slide. And then just a closer view of that. So you see FM 76 North Loop to the right. This shows the land as currently existing conditions. Next slide. Here's the alignment of Nuevo Hueco tanks. Next slide shows the development, again, as part of what that alignment would look like. And then the next slide shows what the cross-section of Nuevo Hueco tanks will look like. So again, there'll be connectivity to the development through Nuevo Hueco tanks. There'll be connectivity through North Loop. And there'll be connectivity through the different residential streets laid out in the subdivision plan. Just another note, just in terms of the variance request, next slide. In terms of, again, planning practices, right? You want to have different types of densities, right? For right now, 90% of the lots that are in Socorro are about 10,000 square feet. And it's okay, right? But if 90% of your lots are 10,000 square feet, that means you're getting 4 lots per acre, which is not very sustainable, quite frankly, right? All that's going to do is you're going to eat up your farmland faster. So a little bit of density is okay. The Socorro master plan encourages smaller lot, and this is taken straight from the Socorro master plan, and it says encourages smaller lot sizes for single-family dwellings by ensuring sufficient land is zoned for these uses and providing financial incentives and density bonuses. And then finally, the last point just, again, looks at the density. So when you look at what the developer is asking, currently R2 allows apartments at 15 units per acre. If you subtract the ponds and you subtract the streets, you're left with 30 acres. So the applicant, if they wanted to, could accommodate 470 apartments. They're accommodating 219 homes, and that's about 7 units to the acre. Again, not outrageous, right? It's not even anywhere close to sort of a standard for density when it comes to subdivision plats and neighborhoods, whether it's El Paso or Socorro. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, the developers here on the lift station, Mr. Cruz.
Mayor,
One moment, Ms. Villalobos.
that's okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Jorge Ascarte with CA Group for the record. Yes, sir. Mr. Cruz?
I just wanted to understand the lift station a little bit more. If you can provide some background on that.
Sure. We've met with the Lower Valley for probably the last several months. And we're looking at building a regional lift station that would not just serve our property, but also some of the adjacent properties. So we've kind of located it in a way where the Lower Valley felt that it would be strategically advantageous for the area.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure that answers your question, but.
No, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Villalobos?
Just real quick, I'm all for development. Everybody knows that as a realtor. However, I don't like the smaller lots. Has anybody been up to the new neighborhoods with the smaller lots and the houses are all close to each other? There's cars everywhere. It is completely, if you go, I don't know, at 6, 7 in the afternoon, there's cars everywhere. There's danger that kids could run and you can't see them because there's cars everywhere. They're too close to each other. Socorro, when we decided, I think it was a couple of years ago, to change the ordinance of, the smallest lot, 6,000, is because we do want to keep our homes here with good lots, kind of mimicking our old neighborhood that is 1 acre, 2 acre homes, kind of something like that, not smaller than that. So we don't have right now it's, what is it, 2.5 or two cars per household, 2.5. Imagine small. I know the developer is trying to get more houses in there. They did say they, to help their bottom line. That's okay. That's the American way, but not at the expense of the cost for the city in the future. And I know that they are dedicating some land, but is that worth us making these lots smaller? I was just seeing today in the system that some of these, builders are now offering, homes with 4,000 square foot lots. That's tiny, but a lot of houses and a lot of cars everywhere. I would want my fellow councilmen to think about the future. I'm sorry? To think about the future. And I know that there's some land to be dedicated, but is that worth us? I'm sorry? Hello?
Ma'am, we have been disconnected from teleconference. Let us connect again before we can continue the meeting.
Okay.
Welcome and thank you for choosing. If you are the host, please announce yourself. Welcome and thank you. If you are the host, please enter your PIN followed by the pound. Thank you. There are 3 participants in the conference. Please announce yourself.
Go ahead, Ms. Colombia-Los. We apologize.
Okay, I hope you, councilman, heard me. But Mr. Gallina, let me ask you, it just says smaller lots, but it doesn't say the size of the lots.
Yes, ma'am. So the way that the development is laid out, there are, so a couple of things. One, not every lot will be smaller than 6,000 square feet. That's number one. Number two, the range is between 5,500 and 6,000. So there's some that are 5,900, 5,800, 5,700. There's no lot smaller than 5,500, ma'am.
Well, I know that's not a lot, but then that's going to become the future. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Do we have a motion? Oh, I have a question. How many of these, what's the percentage of these lots that are smaller than in this range?
So Mayor, if you give me 1 minute, I have that information, but I have to look it up.
Okay. You have a question as well?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Comment. I know we had, or some of us had seen this before. It's more than 50%.
Oh, I'm just saying because we can't see the numbers here, and it should say where it says total lots, but the writing is very, very small, so we can't see that.
Okay, so I have that information if you like it, and so the approximately 70% of the total lots will require the variance. And if you'd like, so again, it ranges between 5,500 and 6,000.
Right.
You also have some lots that are you have 18 lots that are bigger than 7,000 square feet. You have some lots that are between 6,900 and 7,000. So it's just a range of different lots, right? But again, in its totality of the 219, 70% would be between 5,500 and 6,000. Yeah, so it just depends.
So, I'm sorry, you said that from 5,500 and above would be 70%, or?
Yes, ma'am. So again,
the-
just to clarify, the variance would allow, so let's step back for a minute, right? The R2, if you want to do an R2, the very minimum size has to be 6,000. You could go above that. You can't go below that. So if you want to go below that, you need the variance. And so the variance would allow for lots to be between 5,500 and 5,999, right? 6,000. And so out of the 219, 70% would require the variance. 70% of the lots would be within that range.
Would be more than 6,000 square feet.
Would be less than 6,000 square feet, ma'am.
Less than.
Less than, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, it's not 5,500. Again, you have some that are at 5,700 and between 5,700 and 5,800. It's just, it's a different range. And again, I can't speak for the developer, right? But the lot's configuration is also the way that the lot is sort of the land is laid out, right? It's not a perfect square, but that's what we would base it on.
Mayor,
Ms. Villalobos?
just real quick again, guys, we allow this one, we're gonna have to allow the rest of the builders to do the same thing. Please keep that in mind. I don't know if you guys live in neighborhoods that are, you know, your house and you only have very little parking for guests or whatever, but this is what it's looking like. I think we decided to do what we did because we wanted to be a little bit different. Just keep that in mind.
I have a question.
Mr. Cruz?
Mr. Gainar?
Yes, sir.
So is CEA the developer? You said they were the developer. Are they the developer or the civil engineer team?
Mr. Cruz, I'm sorry, what's the question, sir?
CEA?
CA is the engineering group.
Okay, they're not the developer.
They're not the developer.
Who's the developer?
Mr. Escobar.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So I think it's a case by case, dependent on the flow of traffic, the area and stuff like that. If we can build smaller homes in a certain area, we'll do it. If we gotta go larger, we'll go larger in certain areas. 2.5 cars, I don't know anyone that owns 2.5 cars, but what I'm getting at is, I feel that the development in this area will support the flow of traffic. I mean, especially for this area here, and we'll take it as a case by case as it comes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Mayor?
Hey, hold on, I'm not finished yet.
Okay.
So in the summary of request, it shows here 230 total lots, but the applicant's requesting 217 or?
219.
219?
So yeah, there was a typo on my part, but so
Okay,
the
it's
lots
'cause-
as laid out in the subdivision is 219 lots.
I
Yes,
just
sir.
want to make sure that what we're voting on is because what we see here on paper, on the backup documentation, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what we're voting on, and I want to make that clear for council. I want to make sure that we are accurate when we're voting. So it's not 230 lots.
No, it's 219, and then just
Okay.
to Mr. Cruz, so when it comes to subdivision plats, I know it's really small, right? And maybe in future items we'll print out the big old map for you.
Right, I understand.
But when it comes to subdivision plats, what you are voting on is what they're presenting. They cannot deviate from it, right? So that's why you have the preliminary final plat. If there's any sort of major changes, you'll see them in the final plat. So you are voting on what is presented, and it is 219 lots.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor?
Ms. Villalobos?
I'm sorry, did you say, am I okay to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
It's cutting off, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Cruz and Councilman, woman, and Ms. Mayor, just real quick, there was a study done a couple of years ago. And the study stated that there was approximately 2.5 cars per household. And I'm sorry, Mr. Rudy, you weren't there at that meeting. So that doesn't make sense, right? 2.5, but that's what it means. Approximately 2.5 vehicles per household. It could be 3 cars, it could be more. That's what they came out with that study, okay? And then, for us to think that the developer is gonna take care of the traffic flow, big mistake. That's not true. Once they develop, they're gone, okay? And the city's left with picking up the pieces. The other thing I wanted to mention is, we did away with R3s for a reason. Okay, so there's no more R3, so we can't build smaller homes, but the lot is a different situation here. They're asking for a variance, and in return, I believe, Mr. Gallina, they're giving the city some right of way, right? Because of that a variance. I mean, if we give them that a variance, correct?
So, Ms. Cruz, I think that is implied, ma'am. I don't know that it's an explicit consideration, but again, when the plat comes in, it shows the lots, it shows the dimension, it shows the dedication of the right of way. I think that's a question for the developer from, again, I don't know that I could answer that fully, ma'am.
Well, it's because the reason I say dedicated is because that's what you said. The back square is dedicated to the city.
Yes, correct. So
Correct.
In that regard, Ms. Colombia Lobos, you are correct, ma'am. So the plat, and again, to the point I made earlier, the plat as it's been laid out, as it is presented to you tonight, does dedicate certain amount of land to the city of Socorro for the extension of Nuevo Hueco tanks. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we are, in return, we have to give something in order to, again, I would really, I know that it's only 500 square feet in some cases, or in some other, but who's to say that another developer won't come and say, well, here you allowed it, why aren't you allowing it here? It's not a case by case. People will come and tell you, well, you allowed it here. It's happened before. I think we should just stick to whatever our ordinances say. And that's that, because it helps the city. We have to think about the future. When you have these homes so close, I know because I show houses in that area, in areas like that, and people automatically say, you know what, it's too crowded here. And it's true. It becomes too crowded. Pretty soon we're going to be like New York, houses right next to each other, if we continue to allow this type of development. I would really consider it. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. What I want to point out is that what I think Mr. Gallinat is referencing a case-by-case basis is that not everyone's going to dedicate land for future development, for a future roadway. Right, so that's where it case by case is that we do have in the MPO a project, we are gonna need right away. Here's development, and this is, the opportunity. So I think that's what he was referencing when it's case by case. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that.
I have a question. Mr. Gallinat?
Yes, sir.
Should the request for a variance come through planning and zoning and they deny it, will it hit our desk?
If the request for the variance, yes, because the planning and zoning is just a recommendation.
It's a recommendation,
Yes, sir.
but it's ultimately up to the council to say yes or no, correct?
Yeah, at the end of the day, this body has the final approval.
Okay.
Yes.
And we need a motion, please.
Motion to approve?
Second.
With the variance?
Motion to approve with variance?
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colombia Lobos.
No.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to city manager, item number 18, discussion and action to approve Mueller Inc. for the purchase of mechanic shop hut in the amount of $49,995.
Motion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Go ahead to the next slide. I'm going to give you, so the city identified major areas of need affecting city departments and presented their findings at the City Council numerous 2021 Capital Improvement Project Workshop that we had. The City Council had agreed to allocate $100,000 of CIP monies to install and create a new mechanic shop, which would be housed in the Public Works Yard at 241 Old Hueco Tanks Road. The new shop would be capable of housing multiple vehicles at one time and can accommodate the large-sized equipment recently acquired by the Police, Recreation, and Public Works. The city, in compliance with its purchasing policy, received 3 quotes for comparison and found that Mueller Inc. proved to be the best choice due to ability to custom build a garage to suit our needs or use an existing mass product model. Cost is $49,995. Quality of materials, hot dipped aluminum zinc alloy, coated gavalum building. Parts will not, as a result of corrosion, rupture, fail structural, or perforate. Years of warranty for a period of 20 years from the date of purchase. Our next steps would be once a purchase has been awarded, the city will then come back to request council to review and award the purchase as required by purchasing policy for installation and foundation, equipment, and supplies for this mechanic shop, which all has been allocated through our capital improvement program. The next slides are our current situation. And we're just gonna go through some slides just showing you what we have now, the proposed location, and this is what we're looking at. This is what the shop would look at. It would have 3 bay areas. The next, you show what the specs are. The next couple of slides will show the specs. I don't know if you all have any questions. This completes our presentation. We do have our mechanic here in case you have any questions for him.
Mr. Reyes?
So it's just gonna be the building itself, just the building, and then later on, it's gonna come for.
No, so the building comes with its restroom and office. But what we'll do is we'll hire separately or do it in-house, the foundation, right? And that will come back later in order for us to be able to follow the procurement process.
I have a question.
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Rodarte, is the building gonna be ordered with or without insulation? Because these building structures come with or without.
That would be a question for. Yes, it does have
Okay,
insulation.
insulation as well included?
Yes.
Very well.
And we need a motion, please.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And we have a speaker for this item, Jaciel Munoz, Sergeant Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sergeant Munoz, Socorro PD. I think that we would all have to agree here that we are in a big growth spurt. We're talking about development, we're talking about support, we're talking about pensions, we're talking about raises. But I would just want to let you all know that part of my daily duties is to handle 65 pieces of mobile equipment just from the police department itself. We're talking patrol cars, talking trucks, rescue equipment, support and operations equipment. And currently right now, part of my duties for the first part of my day is dealing with Juan, who does a great job with what he has right now. But we are growing and we're falling behind a little bit on the logistical side when it comes just to the rolling vehicles. This is just PD. We have Public Works. We have other vehicles that need this part of the type of support for everything. So I would encourage you to approve this for the growth of the city. Ultimately, it's for our citizens. Thank you.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Item number 19, discussion and action to proceed with Phase 2 of sidewalks.
Mayor, if I may,
Mr. Nevares?
if you allow me, I'm going to take my mask off. I wanted to disclose that, noticing all this, this is District 1 we're talking about as far as sidewalks. And a large portion of this is located in the area where I live. I live off of Jim Beam. Now, I want to disclose that I had nothing to do with the assignment of these sidewalks in this area. And by looking at it, 90% of these that have been assigned are all District 1. I'm an advocate for all 4 districts, not just mine, just District 1. And I would suggest if we reconsider this and split these for even ways here for all 4 districts, and not just District 1. Thank you.
Mayor, I agree.
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say I'm thankful that Moon Road's finally getting sidewalks. That's something we put or tried a long time ago, well, the first time I was here. This is great. I just wanted to put on record that I want in the future when we go this again, Moon Edition, which would include Innsbruck, Gideon, Aldrin, Morocco Circle. That's the Moon Edition. Baggage Estates, which would include Oslo, Stedham, and Delhi. Also, Media, which would include Floria, and Old Waco Tanks Road for the future of the sidewalks. I'm very excited about this. I had constituents ask about this, and this is very, very great for the future of Socorro. And it's just a minimal that we can do for our residents, but it means so much, especially on the safe routes to school to Waco Elementary. Thank you.
Good
Mayor.
evening. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Cruz?
I have to agree with Councilman Nevares, and I appreciate the consideration for equal development in all 4 districts. I think that we are not deviating from the plan. If anything, the streets that we want to develop on are still in the plan. We're just going to divide them equally amongst every district, and I think that that's the best way to do it. There's not going to be any, fighting amongst our residents and stuff like that. We'll get to it when we get to it, as our budget allows to. So I appreciate you providing that information and bringing that idea up. Thank you.
And we need a motion, please.
Motion to approve?
Second.
So, Mayor and Council, I wanted to provide a quick overview. I know we do have new elected officials that probably weren't here when we selected Phase 1. So I just wanted to go and have a quick overview so you all can be in, be aware of our master sidewalk plan. Would that be okay? And I'll go very quickly. So the city adopted a master sidewalk plan. The purpose was to inventory existing pedestrian infrastructure, identify design deficiencies, evaluate future sidewalk requirements, the development implementation plan for facilities. Our goal is to improve pedestrian safety, promote walking as a viable mode of transportation. Plan is divided in 12 sections. Estimated cost is about $31 million to be able to put sidewalks throughout the whole city. Phase 1 included Flor del Sol, Cebu, Rio Vista, Middle Drain, North Moon Road, Richardson, Jewel, Patty Joe, Reveles, and Isabel Way. Phase 2 objective is to extend Phase 1, connect to extend sidewalks, and fill in existing gaps. Proposed streets for Phase 2 is North Moon Road, Russ Road, McAdoo, Jervis, Jim Beam, Arlene Circle, Sherrill Circle. This is approximately about 2 miles. I want to recommend staff goes back and reevaluates the proposed streets to make sure all 4 districts are included. I'm also asking we go out to bid for design and construction for this phase 2. If that's what council wishes, we would need to make that part of the motion.
So moved?
So I motion for equal development for phase 2 in all 4 districts.
Second.
And that we can go out to bid
Absolutely.
for construction and design?
Yes.
To include the bidding process. Yes.
Mayor, we have a speaker for this item, Miriam Cruz. Ms. Cruz?
I was just yes, I was just unmuted, just so you all know I wasn't, I was waiting. I want to mention that I signed up to speak on item number 17, and I was not given the opportunity to speak, and so I'm going to ask my representative, Mr. Nevares, or Mr. At-Large, or really anyone, to open back up item number 17 and give me the opportunity to speak for a minute and a half. In regards to this item, I had a question in regards to why on the section of Moon, the sidewalk was planning on being built on the, if you will, on the right-hand side of the street instead of on the left-hand side of the street. I've become very familiar with Moon, and then students, kids that are usually walking are actually usually walking on the right-hand side, meaning the opposite side of where the Juez Elementary School is, which is along where there's already a sidewalk. If you look at the map in the backup, there's an area that there's already an existing sidewalk on that side of the road, and so I'm just wondering why we wouldn't continue on the same side, especially things like that, the side that most students use, since I guess the one neighborhood is larger than the other, and so it just seems that we're going to start creating a safety issue for students trying to cross Moon in places that they shouldn't be crossing. Thank you.
Ruben Reyes?
Yes.
Cesar Nevares?
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia?
Aye.
Rudy Cruz?
Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Ms. Rodarte, I'd like for you to see if you could validate whenever you can or when you come back and report which streets and what the prices will be. To what Mrs. Cruz just said, will it propose a danger? And that's my concern, the danger. If you could, please, thank you. Yes.
Will we be going back to item number 17?
We need to have a motion.
We would need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to retract to item number 17 and allow Ms. Cruz a minute and a half to speak in regards to this.
Second.
Ruben Reyes?
Yes.
Cesar Nevares?
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia?
Aye.
Rudy Cruz?
Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Am I on?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to mention there was actually some information that was not provided to you on. I'm not really sure why. I'm sure it was just a mistake. But when the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the variance, as you can see in your backup, it did it from 3 to 2. But what's not mentioned there is that we actually approved and we were given a table of how many homes were going to be given each square footage. And so I know that some of you guys can't hear me? Can you not hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I saw someone making signs, so I wasn't sure. And so I'm just curious as to maybe why that information was not provided to you all, and also why it wasn't also included that we actually approved it with the table that was provided in the backup that showed so many homes with this square footage, so many homes with this square footage. And so our recommendation for approval was actually made based on that table. And so that therefore, as you guys just approved it, you approved it with the variance across the board. And so if they could make all of the homes with that variance, just so you know. So I'm hoping that you guys reconsider that and again, think about these issues a little bit more thoroughly and really look at the language that you're using to approve these, because I think it's important that we be specific. And again, I'm not really sure why that backup was not
Ms. Cruz,
given.
your time is up.
Or that was given. Thank you.
Bruce, do they have to retake the vote
If I may,
for the item?
Mayor, just again to clarify, based on what Ms. Cruz said, it's not entirely correct. So again, the table was not presented to you, but we did talk about the percentages, and that was based on the table that I did present. But most importantly, and I know you can't read the plat, but the plat lays out every single lot and square footage. And so what you voted on is the plat as is. So the developer cannot come back unless they amend the plat and they come back to you, but the developer cannot amend the plat willy-nilly and uniformly just allocate lots here and there. What you voted on is what they have to do, and what you voted on is based on the percentage that I told you. Some lots are 5,600, some are 5,700. Again, I'm sorry, I apologize that you don't have the big plat in front of you, but it's what's recorded, it's what will be recorded, it's what will be required.
They can't deviate from the plan.
They cannot deviate from the subdivision plat. That is correct, Mr. Cruz.
Do we need to take the vote again, or
I think we should go ahead and proceed.
take the vote again?
Number 17. The motion would be the same, right? Approve with the variances.
Motion.
Go ahead, make a motion.
Motion to approve with variances?
Second.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos.
No.
Item number 20, discussion and action and update on Dannenbaum Engineering Corporation, DEC invoicing.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The reason this item came up is on December 20th, we came and discussed our invoices. We have staff, I know that council had requested for us to update you periodically of the status on that, and we do have Ms. Alejandra Valadez that has been working on the invoices, and Angel, to give you a presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Alejandra Valadez. This is an update to the last council meeting update that we provided. As you recall, during our last council meeting, we provided an update on the invoicing for Dannenbaum Engineering. During the last council meeting, we talked about the 5 major transportation projects that the city of Socorro is currently leading. These are funded through the Texas Department of Transportation and the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization. Namely, they are Arterial 1, Nuevo Eco Tanks Road Extension, Rio Vista Bridge Replacement, Bovey Bridge Replacement Project, and the Passmore Shared Use Path. We did explain that the City of Socorro has contracted Dannenbaum Engineering to complete preliminary schematics and environmental engineering for these projects. We also took a lengthy description of the thoroughness that we have to review all of our invoices and backup documentation in order to receive reimbursement from TxDOT. Namely, we do receive invoices from Dannenbaum. Our office does a review of those invoices. We work with Dannenbaum to correct some of the mistakes that we catch. We work really hard to put together the best reimbursement packet and submit it to TxDOT. TxDOT also has a responsibility to review these backup information and invoices, and they do their own thorough review. They also send back their corrections to us, and then we work with Dannenbaum to address those corrections or comments from TxDOT. So all in all, it's a very lengthy process, and there's a lot of checks and balances there. However, we've been experiencing issues with the invoicing still, and it has taken quite a number of hours, and I'll show you on the spreadsheet a little bit of that background. During that last meeting, we did request Dannenbaum to complete a thorough quality assurance and quality control review of all invoices submitted to the city to date. And we requested that they forward us those corrected invoices so that to city staff, so that
we wouldn't have to spend more hours re-reviewing invoices. To date, we have not received any corrected invoices, and we also have not been billed for October, November, or December of 2021, so we have not received those billing reports for those months yet. We would like to emphasize that when a project receives state or federal funding of any type, it is very important that all expenditures and costs charged to the project are in accordance with the state and federal guidelines, and that we also follow our local procedures and accounting policies, and that they are aligned with our contracts and work authorizations with the vendor. This is why we've spent countless of hours reviewing and working with Dannenbaum to correct any minor, even minor mistakes. And this is also why TxDOT has also spent countless hours reviewing and re-reviewing mistakes. And this is because on the administrative portion, any backup documentation that is not clear and not accurate could potentially open us up for an audit finding if these projects are audited, and potential liabilities to the city. So just wanted to remind you that that's the reason why we're being very, very thorough with these invoices. In your backup, we did provide a little spreadsheet. I apologize for how tiny it is. We tried to put some information in there, but obviously it doesn't capture all of the emails that we've been working with Dannenbaum back and forth for the past year and a half. So this spreadsheet provides a little bit more context on how thorough the review process is and how lengthy it is. Just as an example, on the top of the spreadsheet, you can see the project name, and then in blue, you'll see the number of hours that city staff has spent on reviewing and re-reviewing and working with Dannenbaum to make those corrections. So for example, for Rio Vista, city staff has logged 41 hours on invoicing tasks for 13 invoices. For Bovie, we've spent 33 hours on invoicing tasks alone. For Arterial 1, we've spent 65 hours on invoicing tasks on 13 invoices. On Nuevo Waco tanks, it's been 45 hours, and so on and so forth. And just the reason why we bring this up is because our department is a department of 2 people. And we also have a lot of other special projects, including economic development, grants, and just a lot of stuff. And so we really would like to maximize this process so that our staff is able to lead new and exciting projects for the city. Just as an example, I'd like to provide a little run-through of one invoice, for example. So if you look at Arterial 1, invoice number 2, we originally submitted that invoice to TxDOT on March 10th, 2021. TxDOT then returned that with comments for us, and then we worked with Dannenbaum to address those comments, and they were addressed. They did work with us. We resubmitted that invoice on April 23rd, 2021. There were additional comments from TxDOT, as you can see on the next column. We also worked with Dannenbaum on those corrections. We were able to put everything together. We have had several meetings with Dannenbaum in person, and we've also spoken over the phone regarding what is needed in the backup. We resubmitted that invoice on July 19th. On July 20th, we received additional comments from TxDOT. Again, we worked with Dannenbaum on that. We were able to submit that again on September 22nd of 2021. Again, we received another comment from TxDOT, and these are, of course, the comments are, like, for example, regarding a hotel fee. It has to be exactly what is approved upon in the contract. So those are the type of very small but very important issues that TxDOT is bringing up. We were able to submit again on September 24th. At that point, we did not receive any further comments, and we were finally reimbursed for that one invoice on October 25th. So as you can see, from the time that we submitted that first reimbursement request on March 10th
to the time we received reimbursement, it was 8 months, and that was for one invoice. So it does take a lot of back and forth. I would like to thank the Dannenbaum team for the work that they do. They have a lot of engineers and people working with them, and we appreciate their work. However, this is an issue that needs to be resolved. It is very important, and it does open the city up for liabilities and potential audit findings. And then Angel is our man that is in the front lines, looking at all these invoices along with myself, so he can provide additional context.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Angel Salcido. I'm the Grants Accounting Specialist for the Grants Department here at the City of Socorro. As Ms. Valadez just mentioned earlier, during our last meeting with Dannenbaum, we requested a thorough QA/QC of all previously submitted invoices. In addition to that meeting, I spoke with Ms. Cardenas over the phone and Ms. Cardenas asked me if we would like a thorough QA/QC of all the previous invoices, to which we confirmed once again that we would like them to be reviewed once more. That meeting and phone call took place at the start of last month, December. Once again, since that meeting/call, we have yet to receive any of the corrective invoices from Dannenbaum. Now, I want to clarify something. When I say received any, I mean the requests we made for the QA/QC of all the previous submitted ones. We have received a handful of corrected invoices, but the only reason we received them was because myself, Ms. Valadez, or Ms. Mena from TxDOT found errors and directly requested corrections. Without us directly requesting, we would not have received the corrections to date. Not receiving these corrective invoices has slowed Ms. Valadez and I even further. Today, we were supposed to submit reimbursement requests for 2 projects, Nuevo Hueco Tanks Road and Arterial 1. While reviewing the invoice for Nuevo Hueco Tanks Road prior to submitting, we caught a total of 8 errors on one invoice. In total, reviewing this invoice cost us around 4 to 5 hours each. We were not able to submit the reimbursement or even start the review for the Arterial 1 invoice. A situation like the one that occurred today could have been prevented if we had received the previously requested corrected invoices. As Ms. Valadez mentioned, this has slowed us down a lot. This is not the only thing we have on our plate in the Grants Department. However, it's taking up a majority of it, which is unnecessary because this is an issue that is solved through effort and just reviewing the invoices. When I first started in the Grants Department and I got this assignment, I found errors within the first month of me starting the department. I say that just to illustrate that this is an issue that can be solved very easily. It just takes a matter of effort and time. Now, with regards to the Dannenbaum invoices as a whole, a meeting was held earlier this week. The Grants Department met with the City of Socorro admin. During this meeting, the invoices were discussed and an idea was proposed to help facilitate the invoicing/reimbursement review process. That said idea was that of an invoice and backup checklist. I have produced a mock checklist as an example of what the official checklist could look like if this idea were to be approved. If necessary, I can provide all involved parties a digital copy of this checklist. If approved, this checklist would be required as a form of certification from Dannenbaum that all applicable backup documentation is included, and that it is full and complete prior to submitting to the city for review. Thank you.
I'd also like to point out that Ms. Blanca Serrano from TxDOT is available on the call if she'd like to speak.
Ms. Serrano, would you like to add any additional information?
Good evening, everyone. Blanca Serrano with the TxDOT. I'm the local government coordinator for the district. I'm not sure everybody can hear me very well, though.
I'm sorry, you sound very, very muffled.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with I've been having trouble with my connection most of the day today. Can you hear me a little better right there?
Can you, yes, I can.
Okay, just as a little more information on these invoices, I did have a meeting earlier in the week with the city manager and a couple of, Ms. Valadez and a couple of people with the grants department. And I did make mention to them that, we have to be very careful with the way, we process these invoices because, we haven't, my office alone, like Ms. Valadez says, she's an office of 2. Our office is also an office of maybe just like 3 of us. And we do have several customers. It's not just the city of Socorro. We have every local government from here in El Paso all the way to Presidio. And we have spent, just like the city of Socorro, countless hours reviewing these invoices. And this going back and forth, as I mentioned to Ms. Rodarte earlier in the week, it's actually something that at the end of the day, will end up costing the city of Socorro quite a bit of funds because every time we review an invoice, any type of time that we spend reviewing invoices or even working on your projects, we do have to charge time to the project, and every one of those hours accumulates. And at the end of the projects, we'll end up, accumulating the hours, doing an accounting of how much time we spent on the invoices or anything else that we spent as far as the review goes for the projects. And we do charge ahead of time what we call a state direct cost, which is usually for our review time. And if it does turn out at the end of the project that we end up having, a lot more time spent, which we have in this case, than we actually allocated for at the beginning of the project, we will end up sending the city of Socorro another bill for additional funds that were spent on the project. So we try to be as careful as possible with the amount of time that we spend on your projects. But unfortunately for these invoices, it hasn't been possible. It's just been a back and forth for over about a year and a half worth of time. And it's just, at the end of the day, it's just a matter of remembering it's going to cost you guys additional funds when it's all said and done. And aside from the fact that, we haven't been able to reimburse you, it's also costing you funding as far as our direct state costs. So just to keep that in mind as you guys look at how you're going to be resolving this issue with the invoicing.
Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Serrano. And that's an update of what we have. It seems like there's just buildup of frustration. I do feel that after our December 20th meeting, there's been less communication. I just don't know how to fix this without their cooperation. And I know they're cooperating, but it just doesn't seem they're putting enough effort. They need to hire an accounting firm to get this invoicing under control. That's probably what they need to do. But right now, it is extremely frustrating because it is taking a lot of hours from my team where we can be focusing on other projects, to be able to give them more work, right? But we can't do that if we can't get reimbursed for the money that's floating around. And we did make the math. It's been about $2.2 million that's been paid out. I think Alejandra can give you exact numbers. We're only in charge of 80% of that, so she has that information.
Right, so we've paid so far through the date that we've been billed, which is September 30th of 2021. We have not been billed for October, November, and December. But through September 30th, we've paid approximately $3.3 million. Out of that, approximately 80% will be reimbursed, but to date, we've only been reimbursed $580,000, approximately.
And we still haven't received invoicing for October, November, and December, correct?
No, ma'am.
Correct. So we're already in January, and we're 3 months of invoicing that I haven't seen, that we're gonna have to review, and it's just, it feels like a vicious cycle. I think that I've worked with Danabon since 2016. We've never had an issue. When we did, we would fix it and kind of move on. But right now, it just seems a bit redundant on my end.
Mayor.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Rodarte, and the city staff, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. came with really a different intention and a conciliatory kind of a intent to get this thing worked out. But, you know, I'll go right to the point and I'll answer some of the questions. I'll be more than happy to answer and clarify anything. Would you be kind enough to... One of the topics that we talked about in the last council meeting, and hopefully all of this is going to clarify a lot of the issues that we have, was when did the corporate got notified of these issues? If you'd be kind enough to... Yeah. Could you please open up the slide 2, please? This topic, basically, that needs clarification was, when did DEC corporate knew about the invoicing issues? It did not, this issue, as you may see on the screen, and it may be too small, but I'll be more than happy to provide hard copies of this. June 22nd, 2021, I was copied simply as an FYI by the former project manager on this project. And he basically says there was no corporate action needed or required anything. And if you look at the comments on the screen, it says minor comments. If you go to the slide 3, please. November 9th, 2021. I was again copied by the former project manager on an email stating that we have had some issues with the invoices and some of them belong to the city of Socorro. You can see that, the date on there, and this is basically 6 days before he was dismissed. November 15th, 2021. The gentleman was released. We sent, as a normal practice, we sent a letter to all of our clients, including the city of Socorro. What we received is an alarming email that you know, we do have concerns, and this is basically a typical thing that we send to all of our clients, majority of which are public agencies. We got, including TechStop. We didn't get any pushback from anybody, and they accepted the change, and with the exception of the city of Socorro, which we really don't have a reply to this date. November 17, 2021, DEC president, who is here, myself and deputy project manager Jose Reyes met with the city of Socorro, and at that basically meeting was the first time that we were told that we got this giant problem with the invoices. Going to the other issue. It is basically discussed that the invoices are wasting the city staff because of issues and comments on the invoices attributed to us. There is some validity to that, and I don't deny the fact that there has been some mistakes, and it is typically on invoices. However, all of the delays were not a result of comments on invoices caused by DEC. There were some contradicting, and I will provide you information, directives that in terms of what the documents accompanying the invoices were required to be. If you would be kind enough to go to slide 4. Initially, we were told invoices are to be accompanied by timesheets and expense receipts. This is where we started basically the process. That directive was changed based on a June 1st, 2021 email from City of Socorro that timesheets are not necessary anymore. July 20th of the same 2021, email directive came from the City of Socorro based on a conversation with TxDOT, including timesheets and receipts. Those are needed. Anything that we had submitted prior to this last email of July 20th was not going to be accepted, and it was going to be thrown out, and we had to restart all over again. However, at this point, we had submitted invoices. If you would be kind enough to go to number 5, please. This is the email from Ms. Alejandra. Basically, everything that I highlighted here, June 1st, 2021, it tells you everything that's highlighted you can see. There is no timesheets needed. And July 20th, we get this directive that this is changed, we need timesheets now. Sure. This is the slide 5. Would you be kind enough to go to 6, please? Okay, this is the invoice that we just received. This invoice was work performed during January of 2021. Our invoice was submitted to the city on February 23rd. We received comments from TxDOT on June 22nd, almost 4 months later. And based on the comments that we got, we prepared and submitted. We submitted the revised invoice on May 23rd of the very same year, which is basically, yeah, and I do have the hard copies. But anyways, what I wanted to point out to you, this was submitted in July, in July. But if you look at the arrow that I'm pointing to, the email that we just received that we are talking about, that there are comments and issues with the invoice, is 12th of January of 2022. There were some gaps that I cannot explain. I'm not pointing the finger, but it's not fair to throw us under the bus on these issues. There's a hard copy that I've made, and I'll be more than happy to distribute. This is the letter that we received from the city on January 6th. I'll wait till you get the copy of the invoice. On the first page, if you look, this is the letter that City of Socorro sent to TxDOT on January 6th, 2022. TxDOT replied on January 12th, basically took them 6 days. But if you go through the chronology of this thing, of this invoice, you look at that May 23rd of 2021, we submitted the revised invoice. And the invoice has been sitting since then. January 6th is the time that it has been submitted to TxDOT. And I have some other spreadsheets that another topic that was discussed is that the city of Socorro has not been reimbursed for because of the $2 million because of the invoice related issues. There is some validity, I take the responsibility for that, but there have been sizable time gaps between when we submitted the invoices to City of Socorro and when we received comments from TxDOT. Again, I don't know the details, I don't have all of the facts. This is basically what I have and I'm sharing with you. If you would please pull up slide 7. On this slide, you can see the very first top arrow shows from the time that we submitted the invoice to the time that we received comments, 155 days. The next one below it, I can't read it right here from 122 days. The one above it is 181 days. This is not just by itself. Let's go to, and I can give you, if you would, you can pull up slide 8 as well, please. This is the subdivision contract that we have, and you do have a reimbursable from the county. What is the largest number that you see on there in terms of the number of days that we have submitted our invoices? 440 days. How many businesses out there can basically accommodate 440 days being not paid and not say anything and continue working? if you can pull up the slide 9, please. This was one of the other issues that came up during our discussion, that we have invoiced, that we had basically indicated that we're working on a 30% set of plans, and we are invoicing for more than what was invoiced. If you look at on the left side, all of the phases of the project are listed on the left side. Alternative analysis, 30, 60, 90, and 100% design. And on the estimated dollar amounts, those are what dollar amounts are value for each of those phases. And the next column to it is basically the percentage of those phases that amounts to 100% in totality for the project. Now you go to the furthest right, the last 2 columns. We have submitted, basically what we have done is we've completed alternative analysis. We're about 90% complete, and that's the value that you get. If you multiply 90% times the estimated fee on the second column on the left, that's what you end up with. 30% design, which was mentioned, the implication, or at least implied that we were working on a 30%. 30% set of plans, 70% complete, and that's the dollar amount. So the bottom line is, if you look at what we have come out with, is we have invoiced for almost 2% less than what we have completed in terms of our work. But the issue is we get a snapshot of what's going on. And let me see if I can. Then if you can show slide 10, please. This is the other project. And you can see, look at the furthest column to the right. You don't have that in your packet, but that's just basically, you can see. The numbers in terms of the days that the invoices have been out without being paid or having, there's no comments on these. There's nothing. I mean, this is for City of Socorro. Yeah.
Mayor, council people, Ms. Rodarte and city staff. My name is Michel Maksoud. I'm the president and CEO of DEC. I think where we are now is we inherited some issues, I think both from the city side and from our side, from the DEC side. All these invoices were done by the prior PM, and this was, we didn't find out about this stuff until, I didn't find out about this stuff until we were told at the November 17 meeting. So really and truly, so these old invoices were prepared, and were prepared in good faith according to a certain method. And they were prepared by our ex-project manager, who's no longer with us. We take full responsibility for those. We're not saying we don't take responsibility for them. We take full responsibility for them. But from that point is when we instituted a QA/QC process. After these issues were brought up to us, we instituted a QA/QC process for the newer invoices, for what we were going to submit afterwards. We didn't get a chance to go back and then revisit every invoice that was submitted before, because these invoices are a year old, and you get comments from before, right? So they're catching up to us as we are today. They've already been submitted. So we chose not to purposely not to invoice for October, November, and December, because at the last meeting we understood that it was getting to be too much from the invoicing, and then we make a business decision not to give you that, so that it gives you some breathing room. That was the only purpose. Otherwise, the invoices are ready to submit. We can submit them. But what I want to propose is, right now, there are obviously some concerns from the city and the city staff with the invoices. And what I would like to do is, I would like to be able to work with them to resolve it. Again, these comments that have been repeated are old invoices prior to our instituting a QA/QC process. So what I would like to do is do that, and I'm willing to do whatever we need to do to work it. I mean, we're here to help the city, so and we're here to serve.
Ms. Rodarte?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I think that we can go back and forth, right, and it's gonna be a redundant, but one thing that I wanted to say is that Mr. Jose Reyes is here, and he knows that we had issues with invoices way before we met with Nick. And the day that we met with Nick for the very first time, Mr. Bokai stated that he was aware that we had invoices issues. Again, I'm not gonna go back and forth, but what I'm saying is that Mr. Reyes was aware. TxDOT is only allowing us to submit 2 invoices per week. And we submit, it gives an error, we send back. They only address the error that was pointed out. They send it back to us, and then, yes, for the subdivision, I know that on December 20th, Mr. Bokai stated that he was promising that he's gonna QC QA. There is an invoice, there is an email from Ms. Rossi Cardenas on December 29th stating that she unintentionally bypassed protocol. And this is for the subdivision that he's stating that are on hold, because I assigned Mr. Gallinar to those invoices because obviously my grants department has their plate full to kind of catch up and make sure that we get reimbursed. Even in the invoices for the county, we don't have deliverables to send to the county in order for us to get reimbursed. So same process. The county wants to make sure that they review everything line by line before they reimburse us. And I'm not here trying to, it's frustrating. And I think that we've tried working, and all I'm saying at this point, I know that everything that we showed you, we've shared with them. What they showed you all today, they haven't shared with me because the communication has stopped. Mr. Reyes sends emails here back and forth, only related to our meetings that are coming, but I mean, it just doesn't seem, we don't have the same working relationship we used to have. And that's concerning to me because we need to make this work. All I'm trying is to get the city reimbursed for funds that that belong to us, right? We are a small municipality. We don't have the cash flow that other municipalities have, that the county has, the city of El Paso has. We don't have that amount of cash flow, right? I mean, the reason I brought it here is because you all need to be made aware, right? I mean, it's 2 years in the making. COVID hit, we kind of navigated through that. But here we are, we've done our end. Now all we're trying is to just get reimbursed. But we can't because it's just error through error. I mean, countless hours are being spent in correcting. And I invite any council member to sit with us and go through the chaotic, I mean, it's just tedious.
I have a question.
Mayor.
Mr. Cruz, I believe you were first.
Yeah, my questions are going to be directed towards Dannenbaum or representatives of DEC, right? I have in front of me the signed contract with the city of Socorro and DEC, and I understand the questionable request for timesheet submittal. In the contract that you all signed or your representative signed, it states that the request of documentation for reimbursable direct costs, including hours, which equals a document similar to a timesheet. It's written in the contract. It's been accepted by you and it's been accepted by the city. I don't know that the quality of work on behalf of Dannenbaum is what's being questioned here at the moment. I believe it's the inability to invoice on time in a timely manner and fashion. I understand, and I think that we are very well aware of maybe the poor or negligent work on behalf of a PM who at that time represented Dannenbaum. And since then, you all have taken the corrective action of removing that individual, and we appreciate that as city representatives. But at the same time, I think that the only way to remedy right now and to salvage not only the relationship, but the work, right? Let's make a wrong right. Is Dannenbaum willing and accepting of the ability for the city to receive that reimbursable for hours that our staff has had to work for correcting the invoices? And second, invoices pending October, November, December. I just want to know what the delay would be for submittal of those.
And then I can answer, Council Member. I appreciate the question. The first one was the agreement that we signed with the city. We work with TxDOT. Actually, 50% of our work is with TxDOT. We don't have this issue with TxDOT on all of our projects. So it's not like that we are not doing what is required. We did, as I indicated, we submitted timesheets. Then they came back and they said, you don't need timesheets, show hours. We did show hours. As you can see, the directive was from city. You don't need timesheets anymore. Do not include timesheets. We did not. 6/1, basically June 1st of this year. So we followed that very same direction. Then in basically July 20th, a month and 20 days after, they come back, basically TxDOT had told the city representatives, yes, we do need timesheets. So anything that, Mr. Cruz, that we had submitted prior to that date was gonna be obsolete. And the issues that we are talking about are all about former invoices. If there has been one invoice that we have submitted that I came to this body and talked, if there has been one invoice that you can show me there's any issues, I'll basically say whatever you want to do. That's not the case. What we are talking about is all of the old invoices. And it's not fair because the packet that I shared with you, if you flip through the 2 or 3 pages, this is what city had submitted, but we didn't want to be at this point to point fingers and tit for tat, but it's coming to that. If you look at that package, this was the package that the city has submitted, and I will show basically, if you would be kind enough to flip the very next page. This is what city had prepared. It says period of service 12/28/2021 through 1/31/2021, which doesn't make any sense. It's starting from December 28th of 2021 through January 31st of 2021. So that's not correct, but that's cities. You go to the next page. The period of service is January 1st of 2021 through January 1st of 2021, which is the same day. So this is not, we don't want to be getting into this issue of pointing out mistakes and airing the dirty laundry. We have said that we would do whatever it takes. You posed the question, will we be willing to pay for the additional hours that the city staff has put in? Absolutely. Whatever the fair hours are, the previous presentation showed for 13 invoices that they spend about 41 hours. That basically, accounts for maybe about 3 hours per invoice. What is the customary hours that you review invoices of this magnitude? And we have invoices regarding we're talking about Arterial 1 and Nuevo Waco, basically 2 projects that they're reimbursable from TxDOT. But again, if you go back to the spreadsheet, most of these things, for whatever reason, if it is sitting somewhere, the question that I asked, again, if this is what we are talking about, if it is our mistakes that we are pointing out, look at the cover sheet that I presented to you. May 23rd of 2021, we submitted the invoice. January 6th is when the city is submitting it to TxDOT. What happened in between? I understand that based on what you said, you spent 40 hours on reviewing it. That's 1 week. What happened to the other 200 and some hours? This is not fair. We are trying to work, we are trying, but majority of these invoices sat idle for a long period of time. We kept on, and I think that the textile representative is on the call. They kept on receiving calls from our sub-consultants, which are minorities and small businesses. They couldn't, basically continue working and waiting to get paid. I came to this body to tell you that we'll do whatever it takes to make this thing work. And I want to make sure that the project, this is taken away from the most important part of this thing, which is the project. Nobody talks about the project. This is an administrative issue. I know that there is the reimbursement part of it, but majority of our work we do is for public agencies. We are in the same situation with the counties and cities in Houston, in Dallas, in Austin, and in San Antonio. This is not new to us, but this is the first time really that we are having difficulty. And Ms. Rodarte talks about, I acknowledge the fact, and you saw on the email, the gentleman who was the project manager before indicated in an email, FYI, city says we got some minor comments. I will be more than happy to provide you those copies, but you see that it says minor comments. Never asked, it was FYI. And basically that was it. The next one he sends out in November 9th, he basically says there are some issues that we have been told that there are invoices, some of which are belonging to the city. But what Ms. Rodarte is just focusing on, I am willing to do whatever it takes. We gotta reimburse the city for the hours that they're taken. And the question that you posed, why aren't we invoicing? Wasn't this the discussion, the topic of discussion that she wanted to have some time to be able to catch up? We're basically not invoicing to accommodate. I thought that that was gonna come across as a goodwill gesture, but now we're getting thrown under the bus because of that as well. It's a good deed on our part. We were gonna say, hey, look, you know what, we're not gonna invoice for 3 or 4 months so that you guys can catch up. I'll be more than happy to, if we need to hire a third body, an independent one to do this thing and submit it to the city, I'll be more than happy to do that. The projects are going great. The mayor was there, the council member Reyes was there at the public stakeholder meeting. We had a tremendous showing of the public. The city manager and her staff were there. It was working. The big part of it is the technical part of it. Nobody's talking about that. Normally on our projects, that's the part that is challenging to the public, to the officials, that they want to know why, but that's gotten forgotten, and then we're focusing on the administrative. This is the first time I'm coming to a council. My 36 years, this is the first time I'm coming in front of a council to answer about really invoices.
Mayor.
I believe Ms. Villalobos was next. Ms. Villalobos?
Well, let me correct you, sir. This is the second time. The first time was a couple of weeks ago.
Correct, that's right.
Alrighty. Real quick, listen, we are the client. We hired you to do a job. Our people shouldn't have been the ones to catch these mistakes.
You're right. You're
Okay.
absolutely right.
Yes, to catch these mistakes.
Yes.
You have a job to perform. You charge for that job.
Yes.
Okay. Now our staff is being burdened by all this. That's what you need to focus on. They're being burdened. You need to focus on that. Regardless of who was the project manager before, that is not our concern. Our concern is to move the city forward and the money that is owed. So we need to stop. We shouldn't be in this position, not you and not us, because you have a job to perform.
Yes.
Ms. Rodarte has to do her job. She has to report to her councilman, to her higher officials what's going on. And she has proof. She has shown her proof. This thing about, I didn't get a message, and that's not our concern. That's not our job. It's your job, your company's job. You guys were hired to do a specific performance, and you guys are failing. Ms. Rodarte, just suggestion, getting another company for the future projects until this company can provide, until we settle what we need to settle with all these invoices and TxDOT and the money, etc. Because if we continue like this, Obviously, you guys are bombarded. You've told us you have all these other big wigs under your umbrella,
No, ma'am,
and that's great.
That's not, I apologize,
That-
but that's not the case at all. This is a top priority. That's why you have the COO and the president of the company here. I am a very hands-on individual, and since I've been involved, I have basically got to know the projects better than most other people that they're involved.
I know, but you came here to tell us what our city's not doing. We shouldn't be in this position. It should be just you. You were hired to do a job, sir. Your company. I'm not saying you particularly. I'm saying your company was hired to do a job. Don't come over here pointing fingers, because our city should not have to prepare proof or view your mistakes at all. That is your job. That's what you're getting paid for. That's what you charge for. And you guys charge a pretty penny. It's not cheap. It hasn't been cheap. We've been partners for a long time, and you've done very well with this city. Very well. Don't come here pointing fingers. I think that's very disrespectful. To our employees who have had to put their job aside to take care of your job, your company's job. And then still we have this Mrs. Her Blanca, saying that, telling us that we're going to get charged to review for your mistakes. That's wrong. That's completely wrong. I don't think we should be paying for your mistakes at all. And I'm sorry, I'm passionate about this, but this is money coming from our pockets, from our city pockets, from our constituents. And that's not right. Ms. Rodarte, again, the question is, could we have 2 engineer firms, one for future projects and another one to complete what we already have on the table with them?
So I do feel that any future project, we can go out to bid. Right now, my recommendation would be is to halt the work authorization number 3 and 8 until we get it under control, and continue with the other projects. Once that invoicing gets caught up and we feel pretty comfortable, then we can kind of restart. Those are our 2 major projects, but right now, like I stated, we're working with the ones from the county, the general engineering, plus all these tech stop projects. And keep in mind, what's gonna get us in trouble is the administration of the invoicing, not the technical stuff. The technical stuff we can fix. The administration is what's gonna get us in trouble, and the Federal Highway Administration can come back and say, we're not gonna reimburse you.
Yep.
Then we're stuck with the bill.
So what is your suggestion at this point? I know we've already heard from this engineer firm, but what is that's your recommendation?
Correct. I
That
think that for that, we would have to go into executive session. I would want legal counsel to provide us more information. We do have a contract with them. And I think that, that would be a executive session item, so we can ask our attorney what options we have. Right, but I mean, at this point, my recommendation is just, let's halt, let's get it under control, let's fix it, and then let's move on.
But I wonder how long that's gonna take, because we requested information the last 2 weeks, and we didn't get exactly what we had requested.
Correct.
And I know we were promised that we would have it, and I know that everything would be cleared up, and it's still not cleared up. I don't think it's even close to being cleared up.
And that is correct, Ms. Colombia Lobos, but you have to understand that right now we're October, November, and December. So we still have to work to be able to review those invoices and be able to submit for, what I'm asking is, let's halt so we don't get invoiced further and get behind further than we are already at. So let's just halt them. Let's try to fix it as fast as we can, and then we will report back. Like I stated, we're gonna report back periodically to give you updates if we're getting the information that we need or we don't. That's my recommendation right now. It's just like, I'm 3 months behind. When does it end if we continue going? Right? I don't know what these other 3 invoices are gonna look like. I'm hoping that they do their QC, QA, and we don't have to deal with this anymore. And I hope that that's what I'm gonna report back. But for now, we're overwhelmed, right? And I'm asking, like, let's halt those two. The other ones are working great, and we're already too far ahead on those, that we need to continue working. But I want to emphasize, what's going to get us in trouble is the administration part of it.
One moment, I believe Mr. Garcia had a question.
So, it's not a question, it's more of a comment. We know that projects can get stopped and restarted. We learned that. It can start with you guys, or it can start with somebody else. We did learn that, and last time it wasn't expressed fully. As an educator, a lot of kids tell me, you failed me. I didn't fail you, you failed yourself. So if anything were to come out of this, is that the city of Socorro didn't do anything to Tannenbaum. Tannenbaum did not prove themselves to us. That's the first part. We're losing money, and we're gonna lose a lot of money. This project is gonna be exponential now, because if we are only turning in two reimbursements a month, we're not gonna get that money for 20 years. At the rate I'm sorry, I'm exaggerating. 5-6 years at the reimbursement. And the audit. We can get in big trouble and we can get sued, and everybody just cleans their hands and leaves us and our citizens looking at each other, and where are the money for the sidewalks? Where are the money for this? That's the problem. And that's the problem that I have. And I'm not in the business of doing whatever we want to do, but I'm in the business of saving money for our citizens, for paying our employees more. And bringing projects to this. But guess what? We might not get X or Y project because we have to pay TxDOT more. So it's a dilemma for us.
Mayor.
I believe who was next? Yes, go ahead.
So we are saying that we are taking full responsibility for this. We're not saying we're not taking responsibility for this. It just felt a little bit, because these happened under the prior project manager, what we were asking for is the opportunity to correct them. That's all we're asking. And then because that project manager was working for us, we take responsibility for them. There's no question that we do. So it just felt that we just need the opportunity to be able to correct whatever we can. And it doesn't go, it's not an overnight kind of a thing. These are old invoices. These are old invoices, year old and stuff like that. They come back. So we have not gone through these old invoices yet, and that's why we are here today.
Mr. Cruz?
I wanted to make a motion to go into executive to discuss with our attorney.
Second.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Muted. Unmuted. Muted. unmuted.
This meeting is called to order. We are now in regular session. It is 9:02 p.m.
Do we have a motion?
Motion?
Yes, so, so I'm making a motion right now to direct staff to provide notice set forth under the agreement to suspend work orders only 3 and 8 until pending discussions with DEC and staff.
Second.
Ruben Reyes?
Yes.
Cesar Nevares?
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia?
Aye.
Rudy Cruz?
Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Moving on to mayor and council, item number 21, discussion and action to approve the inaugural City of Socorro Softball League. Approval would allow us the use of Cougar Park and other city parks as needed. An agreeable amount of money is needed to jumpstart the league for maintenance, upgrades, advertising, and other costs.
Motion to approve.
Second.
So thank you. What we're doing here is trying to jumpstart an athletic league here in the city of Socorro. Some of you might know that softball is a huge in El Paso. Tournaments, people go to Rio Doso to play, they go everywhere. The thing is that before I got married, I used to play. So my friends are still playing, my friends are very interested. So I think this would be great for the city of Socorro, because then we could have our own tournaments, have our own league here that would bring profit and profit for our youth leagues that we also want to start. So those are things that I want to make sure that everybody knows. It's not just for, it has a motive, monetary motive, and making sure we provide, because the east side in the valley does not have a softball league. And of course, we're close to Sanelli, Clint, and Favorites.
Mayor,
Ms. Villalobos?
so I'm all for this. I just want to look at the legal side of it and the administrative side of it. So are we stating that with $10,000, we will improve the parks so that we have the proper equipment to play softball in this area, and to promote it? However, this is dollars from our citizens, and I just wanted our attorney to make sure that we're allowed to use these funds if that's what we're requesting, and how it's going to be administered. Who's going to take care of it? Who's the treasurer, et cetera, et cetera. How does it work? That's what I'm trying to, because if we allow this, are we going to allow other sports and leagues to be formed, and will the city be responsible for these leagues? Those are my questions.
So this is an infant stage of starting a recreational sports league, just like the city of El Paso does, just like they have adult basketball per se. We are in the works of having an interlocal agreement with the SISD and making sure we have all our fields covered. We have, that's the basis right now, so we're looking to start something that kids and maybe adults have a different avenue of doing other things than being on the streets. And so that's it. It's gonna make money in itself in the future, and that's where we wanna make sure that we improve. I am asking for $2,500 to $5,000 just for advertising and just a little upgrades to the parks And also Cougar Park would be our area where we could let vendors in during softball games, Saturdays and Sundays, and make it a family. We're just trying to improve the quality of life, because the biggest thing that I hear is that I'm leaving Socorro because my kids have softball games or baseball games or anything else outside of Socorro. And I'm just trying to make sure that that give the opportunity for our community to make sure they can stay here, they can drive to the parks, they can do work with SISD. It'll be a great partnership, and that's what I'm trying to do here. And it's the infancy of a recreational. It would be another department with the city of Socorro, and we would make sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible. It's just like another program, just like anything else we do here in the city of Socorro.
Okay, and our attorney, we're okay with this? Do we have an attorney? I can't hear him.
Yeah, to answer your question, no, I don't see any significant issues with regard to expending general funds for.
I am so sorry, I did not hear you, sir.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, I just wanted to state that there's no prohibition from using general funds for the purposes of assisting a municipal sports league. And so, you know, those participants, there'll be some releases and issues that we would have to create to provide as much protection for the city of Socorro as possible, but there's no prohibition about providing funds to start such a league from a legal perspective.
And Ms. Rodarte, do you see a problem with administration
No, ma'am. Actually,
putting this together? Because, I mean, this is wonderful. It really is. Gives these kids another avenue, but I just want to make sure that on your end, we're not adding more burden, or do we need to hire a recreational director?
No, ma'am. Actually, our chief of police has kind of started something like this. So I know that he would be assigned to make sure that this goes to fruition, because he's very interested in making sure that the youth, and I'll let him speak, he's at the podium.
Yes.
But I mean, we discussed this earlier today, actually, and I think that it was something that he was already planning, maybe not to this magnitude, but we were planning on already bringing something to the youth.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, can I just talk for a little bit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, Dave Burton, Chief of Police. So in my spare time, I do coach. I've been coaching since I got here. I coached for 9 years before I got here. I think that your costs are a little low. When we started a police athletic league here in 2019, and we put $26,000 into that. Referees, I can tell you right now, on the youth level, we're paying $400 a game per referee. So just to let you know as far as costs are concerned. You are going to have to get some field marking equipment. That's a lot of what our $26,000 went into. Lining equipment, chalk, paint, etc. You are going to need some maintenance. You might want to look at some irrigation sprinkler type systems to make sure that the grass is going to maintain, because the last thing you want to do is chew it up, especially if you're running one game after another, which you would do on, especially on the adult type level leagues. I'm a big fan of athletics. I don't think that we utilize our facilities here enough in the city with the amount of parks that we do have available to us. Across the street is a prime example. I'd like to see that filled every weekend. So I can certainly, and again, the youth part of this would certainly fit into the police department's mission as far as taking these young individuals, giving them a positive experience with police officers, giving them something else to do. So as you said, Mr. Garcia, they're not on the street. You get a lot of interest for flag football. That's one of the leagues that we ran, and we had 14 participants in that. And that's the first time that anything like that in the city had been tried. Unfortunately for us, we picked the COVID years to start that, so we had a lot of interruption back and forth. I still have some funding left to run basketball and soccer, which I'd like to do for youth as well. So we can certainly take that part of it. Administratively, the adult side is a little bit different. For example, you're gonna start charging team fees to cover some of your costs. I would do that. Some of my guys and girls play basketball, for example, on Sundays in a police athletic league that is for adults. They all kick in their money for the team. Their funds go to pay the refs for that. So we have individuals that are currently employed here that participate in these type of activities. Big fan of this stuff.
Yeah, thank you, sir. No, and that's, like, I'll tell you this much. It saved my life. Sports saved my life, straight up. Growing up where I grew up, and it was always to baseball practice, it was always to football practice. My mom pushed me, and so I think those are things that are very important and have been missing for years here in Socorro. Like I told you already, we're already talking to SISD about having an interlocal with gyms, baseball, football. So those are the things that these kids need to be doing. Well, the first one is adult softball league, to be clear. The softball league will turn a profit to fund and help fund our youth league. That is the next item. So thank you, Chief.
And also, Ms. Rodarte and Alejandra, do you guys think that we could look for grants for these type of projects? Well, yes.
Yes, definitely. Alejandra will speak on that, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yes, the Police Athletics League through the Police Department received a grant from the Juvenile Justice and Truancy Prevention Grant Program because it is designed for the officers to mentor the youth and instill in them that academic excellency aspect of it. So that's possible. There is an application coming up that is due on February 10th. So we'll work with the police department to submit a grant requesting additional funds for more years of that program. There is also the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, which we had discussed with the administration. They fund development of parks and facilities that currently are not existing in a community. So for example, a baseball park would be one of them. It is kind of a lengthy application process, but we have enough time because that application is due until October 1st. But there's certainly grants that we can combine in addition with city funds to make this happen.
And Council, just wanted to let you know, some of these questions I might know the answer to, but the constituents that actually watch these videos don't. So a lot of these questions I ask ahead of time or because I'm being asked. So don't think that I'm trying to oppose anyone. I think this is wonderful. I remember my son, he played almost every sport all the way till he graduated. And so I truly believe that we need this. I just wanted to make sure that we were doing it legally, number one, and number two, that there's other ways of funding, not just with this, our constituents' money or the city money. Believe it or not, there's a lot of older folks that don't consider this to be a priority to the city, even though it should be, because yes, you're right, it motivates our children, and you and I remember not, I don't know, I try to consider myself, you guys in my age group, but you're not. We didn't have video games. Number one, we were poor. So our playing outside with a ball and a stick or whatever was our recreational. It kept us from, falling into the wrong hands and doing the wrong things. So I really believe in all this. If I ask these questions, believe me, it's not just me. I know there's a percentage that I know of older adults that don't believe in all this for our children. The parks, they think it's a waste. I hear it over and over. Why do we have parks? We don't know how to maintain them. They're still dirty. They're this, they're that, whatever the case might be. So I'm glad to hear that, we could possibly find grants. I'm glad to hear that we could you know, if we put the money, we could get reimbursed some of that money back with the fees that we charge for the teams. So anyways, I'm good with this. Thank you.
Motion to approve $5,000.
We had a motion already.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, you can amend.
But I want to amend it. Motion to approve the 5,000 and direct staff to search for grant dollars to help fund the program as it develops and grows.
Second.
Question, where is that money going to, the 5,000?
The 5,000 will go into just upgrading the fields. Cougar Park will be the main field. Putting in, maybe it might need bases, it might need a new home plate, maybe some fence fixing, maybe some safety procedures that it needs on the fence. So that's where we're at right now.
So the city's gonna take care of that?
As of right now, that would be the initial cost. And then the city, it's very, it's very easy to chalk the field or anything like that. I think Cougar Park is something that we haven't utilized as much, and it's a historic place. So yeah, it's just to start up and advertising, because you need a lot of advertising. And this is for the softball league, for the adult softball league. So this is for advertising to bring in teams here in the lower valley, and there's tons of them that travel all over the city, but I can almost assure you there's going to be a lot of teams interested in the City of Socorro Softball League.
And so that's what I'm not sure, I'm not clear. So the city's going to take care of looking into putting all that, the plates, or are we hiring a company?
It should be us. It should be us. It's not very difficult. It should be us. Maintenance.
Ms. Rodarte?
When you say us, is that the city?
Yes.
The city, yes, I'm sorry, the city, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So the city will look into that and,
Yes, that's what Mr. Garcia is requesting.
okay, alrighty, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares.
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia.
Aye.
Rudy Cruz.
Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Mr. Nevares, you should respect.
Let's
These
move
are
on.
important questions, sir. If you have other things to do, sir, you might want to leave, but these are important questions, Mr. Nevares. They're very important. I wasn't clear on it. I never have disrespected you like that, but you've done this many times. I say yes. Thank you.
Let's move on.
Item number 22, discussion and action to approve the start of a youth athletic league in the city of Socorro.
Motion to approve.
Second.
So this is the actual youth league. I'll read the statement of issue. The youth of the city of Socorro are left to their parents' ability to transport them and financially support the athletic aspirations outside the city of Socorro. To help the quality of life in the city of Socorro, starting a youth athletic program with a wide range of sports. Youth sports have always been a deterrent for youth from crime and illegal activities. So like our chief mentioned that's the biggest thing. That's the one thing that I've wanted to do for a very long time. And the softball league goes co-handed with our youth league, because we want to make sure that people can go, like my dream is to have District 1 teams, District 2 teams, play District 3 teams, play District 4 teams, and have people not worry about leaving the city of Socorro or not looking for a ride to go to the Sportsplex or Blackie Chester. It's just, hey, get ready to go to Rio Vista. Hey, get ready to go to Socorro High School. Hey, get ready to go to Ernesto Serna. And that makes it, for a community like ours, a humble community, it's easier to make sure that those kids get to those sports when it's a mile away. So that's my statement of issue. And I am asking for $10,000 invested into this program, because this will be a citywide program, and hopefully working with our police officers and Chief Burton.
I have one quick, go ahead.
Mr. Cruz?
Mr. Reyes raised his hand first.
Oh, I didn't
Just
see
real quick about transportation. You mean like have a?
Oh, no. By transportation, I mean, I know people that are always looking for rides or stuff like that to get to the Sportsplex. Like I don't want people to leave Socorro. That's what I mean, transportation. Like, people always have to get their kids together and go all the way to Blackie Chester. Always have to go all the way to even Modesto, even everywhere where the leagues are. This league will be here in Socorro. We'll have certain sports. We might not have every sport, but we'll have those kids doing something on the weekdays and on the weekends. So the only transportation is nomás como, like, how can I tell you? I'm just don't want people to drive out of the city.
We're gonna have it nearby.
It's gonna be here.
Local.
It's gonna be run here, and the kids don't have to go to the sportsplex. The kids don't have to go to any other park outside of Socorro. Okay. Everything's gonna be here. The only transportation that I mean is that some kids don't play soccer because the parents can't take them to practice.
Oh, that it was like use a bus.
I wish.
A city bus to transport.
That would be cool too.
That would be
very cool because then everybody could play and everybody could
ride the bus to practice.
Yeah, it is just making it available to everybody and that'll be a big something just for the kids to know and it'll be District 1 again, District 2, District 3, and District 4, and then we can always and it stays here and we do everything here and the youth would I think benefit greatly if we do this.
Ruben Reyes.
I think Mr. Cruz had a question, concern, comment.
Yeah, so just real quick, the wide range of sports, again, with a $10,000 budget, it's very limiting. Would it be like basketball, soccer, flag football, and stuff like
when
that?
you look at sports here in Socorro, our baseball teams are very good. Our football teams would be very difficult because with $10,000 you can barely outfit a football team. So like Mr. Burden said, a flag football team, a basketball team using, like I told you, we're already working with SISD for interlocals with the gyms, volleyball, even volleyball it can be boys and girls. So those basketball teams and anything sport that if we just need a ball, we can get it. Right. Nothing like per se. Like my dream is to bring in a golf, individual sports, but that's far ahead in the future. In individual sports, there's more scholarships for kids, so that makes it. But the golf clubs are expensive and stuff like that. But we will look into the future for that.
Mayor, can I just say one more thing? Yes. So the other thing I would suggest is that you already approach the organized sports out right there. So I don't teach. I don't teach football, I don't teach soccer, I teach lacrosse. Yes, we actually have lacrosse in Texas.
Yeah.
But I teach at the high school level, so I have 21 kids that play currently in the high school over by Coronado. But what I want to point out is all of the baseball fields around us are already filled with Little League. So all we have to do is show that our fields are prepared and then go to Little League and say, hey, bring the kids here because they're going to El Paso right now. Mm-hmm. Okay, so they're already organized. There's already an organized El Paso flag football. Now, I know we're not a road team, I know we're not a travel team, and it's not a big deal to travel 10 minutes up the road, but the kids get excited when they play in a different venue. So why can't we have a Socorro team playing in an El Paso league where they come to us and we travel to them? Yeah. So it's just a little bit of homework to do with the so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Right. The teams are already out there. All we've got to do is do some of the prep work and then invite them here to the city.
And I'll be very honest, I love lacrosse. And so those are like golf, swimming, lacrosse, running. Those are called country club sports for obvious reasons, but there's scholarships, tons of scholarships in those sports, because if you try to be a football star, an Aaron Jones only comes one in a generation. Those are the things that the team sports are very difficult. Or Norma Quintanilla comes one in a generation. But when you become an individual sport, like lacrosse, there isn't many lacrosse players, runners, stuff like that. Those are sports that are individual. So those are the sports that, of course, we want to concentrate on. But I think in the future, I think this will be seeds for us, and then we'll see this flourish in time.
Ruben Reyes.
Yes.
Cesar Nevares.
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia.
Aye.
Rudy Cruz.
Yes.
And Iván Colón Villalobos.
Yes.
Item number 23, discussion and action to approve an increase of 3% cost of living for all staff.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, guys, this is another, so, sorry, this is just something that, needs to be done for our staff. I work with them, and of course, I have a 8 to 5 job, and so when I need them, they're there till 6 or 7, because I need questions answered. There is no if or buts about it. They never question me. They say they can't do it or can do it. Our staff is the best staff in the city, and that's why I think they need this, because inflation is bad right now. And they work tirelessly, and you can see by the presentation today, they work their butts off, and they don't complain. They might complain to Ms. Rate, they might not, but they don't complain to us. And that's something, and it's for everybody. And also I want to include our city manager as well, to make sure she gets the 3% raise, because it's the job that gets done. She's on 24/7, 7 days a week, and those are the things that I find, just to be here for the last month, that always phones getting answered, questions getting answered, and this athletic stuff, I know it took a lot of time for them to get there and get that, the grants, and that's what we've been working on. And those are questions that are get answered immediately. Thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Cruz?
When's the last time staff received increase here in the city of Socorro, across the board?
Cost of living, it wasn't this past year, but the year before? The year before.
It was a cost of living increase? Yes. And what percent? No. 1%. Oh, okay, it was very small. Yeah. This right here would bring us up to standards in our area, correct? And we had an officer speak of retention earlier, which I think it's important, and I think that Socorro needs to be one of those cities that's able to afford its employees and be competitive with salary ranges, which is why we're able to hold on to people for a longer period of time, and I feel that they're vested in the city along with its community, which is why I asked when's the last time they received one and at what rate.
Ms. Rodarte?
And I just wanted to point out that the Social Security inflation rate is at 6%. So our intent is the 3%, and next fiscal year, we will allocate another 3% to see if it gets approved, just to kind of bring us up to par.
I would like, just to be very particular, to have the 3% effective on January 23rd, 2022. That is the beginning of our next payroll period. That way, we're not killing ourselves to get the paperwork done for this next payroll session, which begins on Monday. We're down a staff member, and unfortunately, it's the staff member that does the bulk of the work for the payroll. And so if we can have a little bit of time, that way our HR department could also, because, just because we said so, doesn't mean it happens immediately. We got to do the paperwork and get it done and get it filed and everything in the computer up to date. And this is going to give us enough time. So if you could state it beginning on January 23rd, 2022.
Mr. Nevares, would you like to amend the motion to include that?
Mayor, I had a question.
Yes, Ms. Villalobos.
So obviously, we're okay, Ms. Rodarte. That was my question. We're gonna be okay. We're talking about 100 and how many employees do we have?
We're about 115 now.
Okay.
And we're talking probably.
So I just want to make sure we're gonna be okay financially, giving, I'm all for the pay raise, of course. But,
the money is not a problem.
Ms. Rodarte, we're okay?
Yes,
You guys have-
it's about $140,000, I think, because we've had some vacancies. We're able to shove money around where it won't impact our bottom line, because we'll move money around to make sure that we make up for those about 140, because we're already at our second quarter of our fiscal year.
So are you saying 140 monthly?
No, for the whole year.
The 3% is for all the employees to be increased is 140 a year?
For the rest, well,
Well, it's
for a year.
so it's $185,000 approximately.
Correct.
Okay.
But because we're already on the second quarter of our fiscal year, it's about
Right.
$140,000 impact.
For this year, but for next year, it'd be a little bit higher.
I'm getting ready to do our first budget amendment, and we
Uh-huh.
will make sure that we comb through it and see where we can move money around so we can cover those 140 if that's what council wishes.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's a lot for the number of employees that we have to increase. We had discussed a couple of weeks ago when our employees came and discussed how they had not had raises. How does that, and we had requested as council for you to look into those that have not gotten raises, et cetera, et cetera. How does that impact them? You're still going to look into it, and possibly some of those employees might be getting raises. How does that impact our bottom line?
Correct. So we're doing salary surveys right now that we'll be presenting at our next budget meeting for next fiscal year to revisit those items. But we address them when, the employees that came in and talked, I mean, we've had conversations. There's been positions and opportunities that open up, and they're encouraged to apply. Some have received those lateral moves. But I think right now we're all in agreement, and I know that HR is working very diligently to make sure that we update our job descriptions, and we bring that at the next fiscal year.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're going to be okay to increase the 3% plus, the future raises that we're
Correct.
implementing.
And the other two positions that you all approved on the job description, that was approved through budget. We were
Right.
just formalizing it. It's not like it wasn't through the budget process. The budget workshops, we discussed it, we approved the budget, and then we just came to council to make sure that we amend those job descriptions to fit the job duties.
And I understand those two positions, but what about the other 100 plus, Are we looking into those and, increasing them? I just want to make sure we're not shooting ourselves in the foot here, and there's not going to be enough to give more raises besides the 3% to those that you're looking into reevaluating.
Yes, we have a step increase that every 2 years, based on performance, they can qualify up to 3%. And that's every 2 years through an evaluation procedure. And that's been done. Those individuals that came had just received a raise at the beginning of last year.
Okay, so those 3% that you're talking about are separate from these 3% that we're looking because of inflation.
Yes, ma'am, that was through an evaluation last year.
Okay, got it. I got it, okay? Just because we're spending all this money, and I'm not sure where we're at yet, with all this, but thank you.
One point to consider, if you make the motion, we have, most of the employees are non-contractual, do not have contracts. If you want to include those limited employees that have contracts with the city of Socorro, I would indicate all employees, including those with a contract with the city of Socorro, an employment contract with the city of Socorro. If that's the will of the city council, I would specify if you wanted to include contractual employees.
I have one last statement. This council approved future development of residential and commercial businesses that are going to be going up here pretty soon. I'm almost certain that the influx of new business and residents to the city is going to afford the increase. City planner, do you agree with that comment?
Mr. Cruz, I think that's correct. I mean, there's going to be substantial development in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years into the foreseeable future.
So my motion right now is to amend the previous one and to provide our staff, including contractual staff, with the 3% increase for this fiscal year, effective January 23rd of 2022.
Second.
Mayor, we have two speakers for this item. Our first speaker is Miriam Cruz.
Yes, hi, thank you, Ms. Navarro. I have two questions after what you guys just discussed. There was an amount that was given, which was 140,000. If you're gonna include contractual employees, isn't that number going to increase? And wouldn't you wanna know what it's gonna be before you approve? That's my first question, because we're not just talking about Ms. Rodarte, we're talking about the judge, we're talking about, you guys would know a list of who those people are, so it's just something to consider. And then the second thing was, I actually had a question for Mr. Garcia in regards to what prompted bringing this item to the agenda. Obviously, I think there are members of staff that know that if I was in charge, I'd be doing big bonuses at you guys, because you guys are rock stars, and we want to make sure that we keep you guys here in the city of Socorro. But I'm wondering if this is simply because of the cost of living has increased nationally. Is that the only reason we're bringing this? Or was there time and effort actually taken to look at the specific numbers to make sure that we're in line with a city of our size, not just the surrounding communities? The surrounding communities are much larger. And the reason I ask is because I think that there are some positions right now and some individuals in the city staff that actually are maybe way above average.
Ms. Cruz, your
something to
time
consider.
is up.
Thank you.
Was that a question towards me? I have no idea what she said.
So what I heard about the contractual, she mentioned the attorney and the judge, those are vendors, right? We go out for bid and we contract them just like we contracted DEC. So they're not considered employees.
Right.
Right,
So she
so-
said, what led me to this? Is that what I understood?
Part
I
of the
don't know.
question
I
towards
don't-
the end.
In part?
Yes.
Because they deserve it.
She also mentioned if it was part of the inflation that's happening.
Yeah, I mean, of course the inflation, but you gotta understand when you come out of work at 3:30 in the afternoon and you make a meeting at 5, or you call a police officer and they get there right away, those are things that I've been looking at for years now. And the staff has always worked hard. They always work late, they're here now. And it's, when you have a conversation with them, I think everybody deserves a raise. So that's bottom line, that's me. Because we're in a very deep hole right now, everywhere. So if I can help anybody, I would do it again, and I wish it was more. And I would have to be talked out of giving people more. But yeah, I think everybody deserves a raise. No matter, trust me, we've had meetings where there's a lot of things coming in Socorro, and we're here for it. So if it's paying a police officer a little bit more, if it's paying our staff a little bit more, I'm there.
Sergeant Jaciel Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. First and foremost, Mr. Garcia, I would like to thank you very much for taking this progressive approach and being proactive in this. I do feel that you are investing in the employees, because contractual or not, our citizens don't see that. Our citizens only see that patch back there. We don't have the time to explain to them, I'm a contractual employee, sorry, I can't help you. Well, we're not in that business. And even if we were, we're here on our own time right now trying to do that. So I want to thank you for that. That's a step in the right direction. Investing in us, especially people here that have been part of the city from the get-go, as far as myself and other people. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Item number 24, discussion and action to direct staff to investigate increasing lighting in Socorro neighborhoods.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mayor.
Ms. Villalobos?
Ms. Rodarte,
Yes.
we have brought these type of requests before, like in a whole neighborhood, or maybe not the whole city, but in a neighborhood. And some of our neighborhoods are still without lighting at all, or one little light somewhere and that's it. Now, Mr. Garcia is asking for an investigation. Do we have some of those reports from the different areas that we've requested? Do you have that at hand? Not, I mean, not right now, I'm sorry.
Yes, I do have a list of speed humps and streetlights that have been requested in the past.
Yes, ma'am.
I also want to make you all aware, because you've been here long enough, that there are Senate bills that pass through Senate that we have to decrease our energy consumption by 5% each year for 10 years. So every time that we add, I think by fixing that was the LED retrofitting, right? But in having conversations with El Paso Electric, we're not there yet. It'll take them about 2 years in order for them to provide the service. We had talked about outsourcing the maintenance of LED lights. However, El Paso Electric will not let anyone else work on their poles. So if it's their pole and we do LED, they are the only ones that are going to be able to go in there and replace. Right? One of the issues they told me is the city of El Paso right now is having an issue because it's not cost effective. Right? So they're saying it'll take about 2 years before El Paso Electric starts providing that type of maintenance and being rolled out to us. So I just caution you that when we put more lighting, we might be, there are Senate bills, which is Senate Bill 898, and there's another Senate bill that says new Texas law will allow more cities to become dark sky communities, right? Where they're advocating for us to be energy efficient, right?
So I brought this item.
And I'm sorry, I wasn't done. I'm sorry. That was my second question, Ms. Rodarte. What about what the state had imposed a couple of years ago? How do we handle that? But how do we handle the area? For example, I think Ms. Rodarte can remember, there's one area where there's about 50-something houses with one light. And I've been requesting for that to be looked at and lights to be placed. But I know that, we have this responsibility to the state about, lighting. So that would be my question. I know that Mr. Garcia is asking for an investigation, I guess, for now. And then for the city to come back with a report. I'm assuming that's what you were requesting, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm requesting. Talking with our city manager back and forth about it. She did tell me about those laws. But the way I say it here is that lighting decreases crime in areas. Sometimes, I love Christmas because I can see outside. But when it comes to right now, if two of my neighbors don't turn on the lights, it's pitch dark. So I really want to make sure that we get some sort of lighting or some sort of deterrent. Just an investigation right now and make sure we have a plan for when El Paso Electric is ready. and we make sure we have something in place so we can help deter whatever we're trying to deter out of the darkness, and just make sure we're ready for that, because it is, as of right now, it's a costly thing to do right now, but it won't be in the future.
Mr. Ugarte, could we justify, for example, like that area that only has one light, can we justify it to the government, or, that in this area we had to add lighting?
Correct. So, yes, because we've had added lighting. Mr. Reyes brought an item where we added lighting to San Isidro area, and we did add several lights. So I think we can treat them as a case-to-case basis. The investigation would tell us where the need would be, and then that would be a council's decision, right? I would just caution you that we need to work very closely with the El Paso Electric, that we are conserving that 5%, because we should be reducing it, not increasing it.
Thank you.
And that's mandated by law.
So I guess right now we're just voting on the investigation.
Correct. So we can go back to El Paso Electric to give us an inventory, right? I'm pretty sure planning and zoning can pin out where the lights are at. And then we can, I'll let them know the areas that you've brought up in the past, so they can make sure that they capture that information. And then we can come back to council and disseminate and give you a percentage of what the increase would be, recommending if it's gonna be LED, because I know LED does conserve, but it is very expensive, and we don't wanna put the city in a place where we can't keep up with the maintenance.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mayor, we have a speaker for this item, Miriam Cruz. Ms. Cruz?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Navarro. The only thing I wanted to mention on this one, first, I wanted to thank Mr. Garcia for bringing this very important item to the agenda. Obviously, it's should be a very high priority. But I would also like to, I guess, reiterate that a few years ago, there were some investigation into different types of lighting, and one of them was solar run or solar panel run lighting that I know at the time council thought that it was too expensive. I wholeheartedly disagreed with that, because even though it's like the upfront cost can be high, usually the maintenance, the cost, pays for itself in the long run. And so I hope that's something that both council and the staff can consider, because not only is that green, but it's also just, I don't know, the way of the future, if you will. I mean, it's just the way to go, I think. That's it. Thank you.
Ruben Reyes?
Yes.
Cesar Nevares?
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia?
Aye.
Rudy?
Yes. Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos?
Yes.
Item number 25, discussion and action regarding reappointment of current and/or appointment of new members who serve on city boards.
Mayor and council, the current terms for several of our boards have expired, and what I'd like to do in this meeting is exercise the reappointment and/or appointment of new members to serve on the boards. In addition to that, I am requesting that the city provide our members with an introduction and orientation type training for the board they will be serving on. This is going to help assist with the retaining of members and also provide an overview for their job description as board members. I believe that each council person has selected an individual to sit on each board. You may choose to elect the same one. I just feel that I'd like to bring it up to date. And correct me if I'm wrong, our Board of Adjustments has not been able to meet since last year in September, I believe, or something like that. I'm not correct. I don't know what the case log looks like right now, but I just feel that we're doing an injustice to the residents by not allowing the commission to organize and hold their meetings as such. We owe it to them. But again, this is my agenda item.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Mayor?
Ms. Villalobos?
So, Mr. Cruz, thank you for bringing this up. I know before I got really sick, Mayor and I were recruiting, more Mayor than I, recruiting new members, which we have filled a lot of these boards by recruiting them. Unfortunately, it's hard to get them to commit, you know? And you're right, they should have a description and education on what their description is. So I want to thank you for bringing this up. But I believe, Ms. Rodarte, we had discussed this with you. I think Mayor did too. Correct me if I'm wrong. For those that have expired, I believe, I'm sorry, Mayor, can you refresh my memory what we were thinking of doing? I don't know if we can reappoint them like Mr. Cruz is proposing to do right now. Do we need to have them swear in again?
We do need to have them sworn in. I'm looking at Ms. Rodarte and Ms. Olivia, and they're telling me we do need to have them sworn in again, and also complete training again. I would suggest completing training once again.
Correct, so reemployment is just
A
like
refresher.
re-election, right? Mr. Nevares got re-elected and he has to take his training again and do the items that are required.
And this
Okay.
is great because, I mean, we were working on it, so I'm glad that we can have somebody else to work on it as well. I know the Historical Landmark Commission was also having some problems meeting because some of their members had resigned. So that's another one that we need to correct and find some members for that commission.
So at this point, we have to have them come in and swear and get sworn in if they're going to continue.
Yes, they need to be sworn in again.
Okay.
So we'll be placing items on the agenda at our next meeting.
Okay.
To be able to reappoint them.
Shall we go
Okay.
board by board or commission by commission?
Correct,
Yes.
yes. That way we can kind of do them in, and since they're volunteers, they might not all be available to come in. But, I mean, staff can take care of the swearing in, and if they're unable to come in, we just need them approved through council, so we can start the process.
Perfect.
And we'll do 'em in
So do we approve this item the way it was written, or do we,
So approving this item is directing me to come back to council with agenda items to reappoint commission by commission. If any council member or we have any applications, we'll disseminate to see if you want to do appointments. Right now, we do have vacancies in the Historical Land Commission that we're urging that we need to fill, just because we haven't been able to have a quorum, just like the Board of Adjustments.
I think we need to amend the motion to
Yes.
reflect what Ms.
Yes.
Rodarte just said, so that she can bring individual members for consideration and election.
So to direct staff, motion to direct staff to reappoint.
So my motion is to direct staff to reappoint those members on those boards and commissions.
Second.
perfect.
Mayor, we have a speaker for this item? Miriam Cruz?
I was just giggling because I don't think that the motion was made correctly. I don't think staff is the one that's gonna appoint us. It's staff that you want to schedule. But whatever, I mean, you guys will figure that out. The only thing I wanted to mention was, I was wondering if you all were gonna be reappointing everyone that's just here, or you're gonna be reaching out to them to see if they actually want to serve. I also noticed that there is a couple of people that are serving on 2 boards or 2 commissions, and obviously that's an issue with some ordinance or rule that you guys passed, or that the council members passed a few years ago, that you should only be able to serve on 1. And so I wonder if you all are going to backtrack on that seeing as we're having difficulty of new people, I think it would be important for the public to know where y'all's headed on that. Yeah, those are my only comments. Thank you.
Mayor,
Ms. Villalobos?
Ms. Rodarte, refresh my memory. I know that your memory is better than mine. Did we actually change the ordinance that we could not have two board members in two different holding a position in the commission? Or did we just vote on it?
No, so we voted and directed staff to go back and create an ordinance. That ordinance has not been created as of yet.
Okay, so we're okay with the several members that are, I think 2 or 3 are holding 2 commissions.
Yeah, so every commission has their own different set of bylaws. Like
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can speak for the ethics commission that just passed through council. That one states that you cannot serve in any other commission but the ethics, right? So we would have to go back and look at the bylaws, or we can create an ordinance saying that that's not something that you all want to do, like you had instructed. It's just we've been, with the animal and everything, it's been a little hectic. We have a huge list of to-do list.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're trying to work as fast as we can with the resources that we have.
Since we're on this subject, I think we need to correct that, so we're not, so we're in compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Yes.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Item number 26, discussion and action regarding extension of historical district on Nevares Road behind the Socorro Mission.
Mayor and council, the historical district is one that's identified by its architectural significance, and there are structures that currently stand in that area that have not been identified as such because they've been overlooked or they haven't been studied enough. I'd like to have the site studied and researched for its historical significance. The city of Socorro must continue to preserve the areas of its historical sites. There's a home that's on Nevada Street, very close to the mission. I've heard from elders from different parts of the city talk about it, and it was an old trading post. And if in fact those statements are true and correct, I'd like for staff to file with the Texas Historical Commission a research study on this site. I'll provide you with the actual address. I don't have it readily available. And if so, the funds would not come out of the city's general fund. There are funds located in the Texas Historical Commission's Historic Preservation Fund. And I believe Ms. Valadez is familiar with those grants and funding.
Mayor.
Ms. Villalobos? Ms. Villalobos?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Just real quick, I love this. This is awesome. Thank you, Mr. Rudy. But real quick, we do have construction approved or getting ready to get approved on that street. Will this impact that area? That's what I'm getting into. Will it impact, is that area purchased already from the developers, or are they working on it? Or this has nothing to do with what the developer's trying to do on that street, the developers?
Yes, so no, I think Nevares, what the Nevares you're referencing is on the other side of Alameda.
Okay. Okay, since I don't have a map, I wouldn't, I didn't know exactly, or an address, what area we're looking at, but I just wanted to make sure that it's not impacting and we're doing unnecessary work. Thank you.
Motion to approve. Second.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares.
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia.
Aye.
Rudy Cruz.
Yes.
And Ivan Colo Villalobos.
Yes.
Item number 27, discussion and action to approve Resolution 666 to support Socorro Village 34 LLC has proposed a development for affordable housing located at 148 Buford Road, named the Socorro Village Apartments in the city of Socorro.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mayor and council, I'm going to state my summary as best as I can. My device just shut off, so I can't read it anymore. But Think Housing Development is a company out of California that just recently purchased the Socorro Village Apartments located at 148 Buford Road. If you were to travel down Alameda and you were to cross right across Tacos Don Cuco, it's those apartments. It's that apartment complex. It's been there for quite some time. I did receive notification from the company since it is in my area. I would like to have a lot of say, and not I would like the community and council to have a lot of say in how it's developed and how it's rehabbed. One, the exterior, there will be some rehabilitation to the exterior. They're going to do a complete rehabilitation to the interior of these apartments, which is very nice for the community. But in speaking with Mr. Garcia, earlier before this happened, he was interested in providing the community of Socorro with an ADA compliant park that would allow for people with disabilities to use certain exercise equipment that you wouldn't normally see in any other park here in our city. So since this happened and this became available to us, I wanted to propose to this Think Housing Development, since they are requesting from us a letter of support or a letter of no objection to be able to do this project here. The reason why I chose this project to happen is because they are willing and they are able financially to provide this ADA compliant park at no cost to the city. And at the same time, they are willing to open it up to the entire community of Socorro. And at the same time, they are willing to maintain the park at no additional cost to the city. So we killed two birds with one stone. I believe that it's a great project, and at the same time, they are going to house somewhat of a social worker within their community as well, to provide activities for the youth and support to the community there. And this is what I'm bringing to the table today.
Mayor.
Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Rudy. I really do appreciate that, and that's the basis of communication. The city of Socorro wasn't seen as somebody who needed a DA park by the county. So that was something that as a special education teacher, it affected me personally. As we walked through the streets when we were asking for people's votes, our community has a lot of kids with special needs that go to the schools around here, and this is something great that Mr. Cruz threw in, thinking about our conversation. I do appreciate that, because the way schools work sometimes is that they send all the kids who are with special needs under the freeway sometimes. But the thing is that now we're gonna have an ability to help them and play like everybody else, because sometimes you're in wheelchairs, sometimes they can't function as like everybody else. And this is something that's gonna be for everyone. So thank you, Mr. Cruz, and I appreciate that a lot.
Mayor,
Ms. Villalobos?
real quick, guys, I'm a little lost. I love the idea, but what is it that we need? We need approval for this in order for, because we have an ordinance that, or something in verbiage that this type of activity is not allowed. I'm not sure why we're voting on this. I'm sorry, Mr. Rudy, can you? I don't understand the logistics of it. I understand what they're trying to do, and it's a great project. What I don't understand is why it needed to come to council.
Mayor and Council, Carlos Gainard. So, Ms. Colombia Lobos, to answer your question, there's a couple of moving pieces on this particular parcel of land. As Mr. Cruz has mentioned, two things. One, they are seeking So the company out of California, it's my understanding they bought this development October, November-ish of 2021. And they're looking to rehab it. If you drive, it was built in 1980. If you drive by there now, it's dated. It's it needs work. And so part of the way that developers will pay for it is through tax credits. And so tax credits are very competitive. It goes through the state, through the TDHCA, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. And so in an effort to try to maximize the number of points that they get in their application, it's beneficial to them to get a letter of support from the municipality, which I believe is what Mr. Cruz is stating in his agenda item. And in conversations that Mr. Cruz has had with the developer, Mr. Cruz, is that they're saying, yes, the park idea sounds great. It's something that they're willing to do. So that's number one. Number two, they're also looking to rezone it because right now it is legal non-conforming. As I mentioned, it was built in 1980 before there was zoning districts. It's R1. R1 does not allow apartment complexes. So in the next 30 to 45 days, our office will bring to you the rezoning application that we're currently processing for the applicant and for this development. So there's the two pieces that work hand in hand. And as part of that conversation that Mr. Cruz has had with the developer, they're willing to include the all-abled children's playground as part of their development.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, okay. Thank you for that information. I just didn't get, why it didn't come through your department, okay, thank you.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares. Alejandro Garcia.
Aye.
Rudy Cruz.
Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mayor, we need a motion to go into executive.
Who was that? Do we have another?
Hello, Mr. Christian. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. I just I heard you talking about the project. I just wanted to make sure you knew I was here and I could answer questions if you need me to.
Correct. So they've already voted and approved the resolution. So we will, Mr. Gallinar will be in contact with you. Thank you so much for staying this long and being available for questions. We appreciate you.
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for your time. Have a good night.
Good night.
Motion to go into executive?
For
Second.
personnel matters.
For personnel matters.
Yeah, for personnel.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we need to state, and for going into closed session, if we would reference consultation with attorney and personnel matter.
Motion to go into executive except for,
Yes, for consultation with attorney and to
for
discuss,
consultation with attorney
and to discuss personnel.
and to discuss personnel matter.
Second.
So who made the motion?
Mayor.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes?
So since I can't hear you guys, who's going to be doing the speaking right now?
Oh, you have to hold on for a bit.
Okay.
So who made the motion?
I did.
We need somebody else to make the motion.
Me.
Mr. Garcia.
But you don't make the motion.
Motion to move to executive,
Thank you.
consult the attorney about the
Personnel matters.
Ruben Reyes,
yes.
Cesar Nevares, Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz.
Yes.
And Ivan Colom Villalobos.
Yes.
unmuted.
This meeting is called to order. We are now in regular session. It is 10:40 PM.
Motion to give Chief Burden the pay raise to 130,000, including what we discussed in executive session for our attorney and city manager to realize. Oh.
20 through 30?
20 to 30?
Motion to delete 28, 29, and 30.
Second.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos.
She's absent.
Is she still on the line?
I think she
Is absent.
already, right? Okay, item number 31. Discussion and action regarding police chief contract.
Motion to give Chief the raise up to $130,000, and for our city manager and our lawyer to work out the terms of renewing his contract, as discussed in executive.
Second.
We have a speaker for this item, Sergeant Jaciel Munoz.
We're all tired. Again, thank you very much for being proactive in this and keeping the momentum going with our current chief. We are doing great things. Like he says, we're a family. Sometimes we see each other more than our own family. We fight like every family, like he says it. But he's creating a good culture here. I hope that you guys are seeing that positive change in the police department. And, I've been here for 12 years, through the worst, and now it's the best. So thank you very much again for taking that proactive approach and keeping the city moving forward, keeping that momentum going, because at the end of the day, everybody here is a team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos. Is absent.
Item number 32, discussion and action regarding police department reimbursement.
I make a motion to table this item until conclusion of all investigations.
Second.
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
and Ivan Colom Villalobos. Is absent.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Meeting adjourns at
Ruben Reyes,
Yes.
Cesar Nevares,
Yes.
Alejandro Garcia,
Aye.
Rudy Cruz,
Yes.
Ivan Colom Villalobos is absent.
Meeting adjourns at 10:43 PM. Have a good night.